Testing, 1 2 1 2 1 2. Testing, 1 2. Man, oh man. Were you guys here yesterday? Oh, yeah. We had my man 16 to life. Oh man, I thought we did a pretty good job, right? I thought we did a pretty good job. Um, you know, uh, having him in. I thought we did a pretty good job. You know, what do y'all think? What do y'all think? Did we do a good job interviewing 16 to life? I thought we did. I thought I did. I wanted the brother to tell his story, and I thought I did a good job of interviewing him. Okay. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Better Black Life podcast. I am your host, Brother Clarence, and it's good to see you. I hope y'all having a good Sunday morning. I hope you or Sunday afternoon, depending on where you're at in the time zones there. Uh, and you guys know how we do it. Yesterday, we had the brother 16 to life, man. I mean, that was awesome. It was an awesome interview. I'm gonna play a little bit of his music because I feel like, man, the brother's trying, man. The brother's out here. He's trying to do right. He's trying to go in the right direction. Takes full responsibility of what happened to him in his life. You know what I'm saying? So, he ain't no sucker, man. He's a real dude, man. He's a real stand-up cat.
I'm in love with the streets again. Rededication. Casket or cremation when I shoot you down. I was built for the smoke like the hookah lounge. I keep big shit that sound like a bazooka sound. And I shoot quicker than ain't gotta be a hoop around. Dear God, please don't let me relapse.
A little bit about
return
him.
to the G-Ride, 3 straps. Ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps. Spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse. And return to the
Go
G-Ride.
check him out. 16 to life, man. 16 to life. Good brother, man. Good brother. Not only is he talented, but he's a good brother, man. Really good brother, man. I really enjoyed talking to him behind the scenes as well as in front of the scenes. He's he's a funny dude, man. But a real humble dude, man. Real good dude. Real good people. All right, y'all. So we got a lot to get to, a lot to cover. So let's get cracking. Let's get cracking. First, before I do that, let me do this. Okay, let me do that. Okay, now let's get to the news. Okay, let's get to the news. All right. School district sorry after students make gorilla noises at black player. A Washington school district has issued an apology after video footage surfaced showing students making racist chants and gestures at a black player during a basketball game. The Olympia School District issued an apology on January 19th after Amari Steplight from Lacey's River Ridge High School was subject to abusive taunts. Students in the crowd were captured making gorilla noises at Steplight while making mocking hand gestures. The footage went viral on social media after being posted to Instagram and came to the attention of Steplight and his father. The Olympia School District issued an apology on January 19th addressing the incident on its website. The full apology can be viewed there. In the clip, the term gorilla is used to describe the opposing player who is black. Comparing black people to monkeys has a long, sinister, racist history in our society, the statement read. When something of this nature happens in a school district or organization, we sometimes hear responsive statements that act as not that the act is not who we are, or that it is not a reflection of what we stand for. I do subscribe to those viewpoints. This incident and others like those reported in the article are commented by those of us in the community. We are the community, I guess somebody said. The player's father, Kwaye Steplight spoke to Fox 13 News and explained his reaction to the incident, what he believes is a wider issue of racism in the community. I need to move forward. I needed to move forward and set the example that we're not going to tolerate this, Steplight said. He added it got more derogatory when they started calling him a gorilla. Oh boy. Ouch. Sounds and made the hand gestures. My son said that he thought that they were just taunting, and I said, no. There's a difference between taunting and when they start talking about how you look, specifically saying keywords that have reference as far as how to describe black people when you want to be derogatory. He continued, I kind of described it as a bubble. I think there's a lot of anger and resentment, a lot of issues here dealing with race and discrimination. The video burst the bubble because it was proof it is not just people complaining and saying this is what's going on. We can pull it up and see it. Holy smokes. Holy smokes. What do you guys think about that? School district says that there's a black player and the black player is getting taunted, with gorilla noises. And the youngster, man, he doesn't even know. He's just saying, "Oh, we're just shrugging it off, Dad. It's no big deal." And the dad is like, "No, son, no. This is something that needs to be dealt with. That's not something that you just let go, right?" So we got to be careful out here, man. We got to be careful out here, and we got to teach our children how to respond correctly to this kind of stuff, man. You don't have to get all violent and all crazy. You just respond to it in an intelligent way to show that, hey, man, you can play that game if you want to, but it's gonna cost somebody. Somebody's gonna start writing. Somebody's gonna start writing some checks, and that's the main way you're gonna be able to fight this situation, right? All right, so that was that. That was the news. Let's get into the hit parade because y'all, we got a lot to talk about. We got a lot to talk about. Let's talk about it. Let's see the hit parade here. TikTok star Jack Wright has accused fellow influencer Sienna Mae Gomez of sex assault. Jack Wright accused Sienna Mae Gomez of multiple instances of sex assault in a new YouTube video. Ouch. Ouch. The TikToks, both 18, featured in each other's content, leading fans to believe they were dating. In May 2021, a friend of Wright first accused Gomez of sexually assaulting him, which she denied. TikToker Jack Wright has posted a YouTube video accusing his former friend and collaborator, Sienna Mae Gomez, of sex assault. Now we flipping it on. It's flipped on the women now. It's flipped on the girls now. Holy smoke. Flipped on the girls now. So this is a guy accusing a girl. The 17-minute video titled What Sienna Mae Did to Me was posted on January 20 and has been viewed over 3 million times. Ouch. It follows months of speculation regarding the pair, who both are 18, after Wright's friend Mason Rizzo publicly accused Gomez of sex assaulting Wright in TikTok and Twitter posts on May 30, 2021. Gomez denied the allegations in a YouTube video posted June 1, saying they were unequivocally false. 2 days later, a TikTok video was posted by a user named Lachlan Hanneman that appeared to show Gomez kissing and touching Wright. According to Hanneman, Wright it was unconscious at the time. Unconscious. Gomez posted a second video on June 4th denying the accusation and saying that the footage was manipulated. Yeah. Neither Gomez nor Wright responded to insiders' renewed request for comment following Wright's January 2021 video. Okay, so uh, this is a this is hit parade in reverse, right? Usually it's women accusing men. This time it's a man accusing a woman. Now, do we really think anything's going to happen to this, right? If this had been a guy, the guy would probably been already picked up by now, right? Or at least questioned, right? Nothing's going to happen to this girl. But, nice try, guy. Now you just got to make sure you stay away from women that's going to be fondling you when you're asleep because that's a no-no. That's a no-no. You women, you used to get away with fondling guys, but now you can't even. It's a lot of times it's tough to get away with something like that. It's really tough to get away with something like that. All right, all right. We're gonna press on. We're gonna press on. Death by simp. This is the new category I got here, and I'm gonna have a new video about this because this is really getting to really be a dangerous way to get killed. This is really getting this is really becoming a real issue in America. Is death or violence by simp really becoming a really big issue? Okay, a man shoots girlfriend's husband, ex-girlfriend's husband in the face while two small children were in the car. Texarkana, Texas. Texarkana police are searching for a man who allegedly shot his ex-girlfriend's husband in the face while he and his family, including two small children, were in the car. Uh Crockett woman arrested for allegedly trying to buy another. Okay, never mind. I don't get that. On Friday afternoon, around 3:30 p.m., the Texarkana, Texas Police Department got a call about a man who had been shot in the Sunset Apartments in the 1600 block of Allen Lane. A 31-year-old man had been shot in the face and was taken to a local hospital for treatment, but his injuries were later determined to be non-life threatening. Oh, thank God for that, right? Tyler, man, okay, the man was sitting in the car with his wife and two small children when a man by the name of Alfred Reynolds came up to the driver's side of the vehicle. Reynolds allegedly fired several shots into the vehicle, one of which struck the 31-year-old man, said authorities. The suspect ran away before officers arrived. According to Texarkana police, Reynolds had previously dated the man's wife. Detectives have obtained a felony warrant for aggravated assault with a deadly weapon for Reynolds, and more charges are expected to be filed soon. Texarkana, Texas police have asked the public if they know where Reynolds is to call 911. Ouch. 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 Okay. So now we got this thing, death by simp. Death or violence by simp. Not good. Not good. In America, we see that the simps are armed and dangerous. Simps are considered armed and dangerous. It used to be simps weren't considered armed and dangerous. Simps are considered armed and dangerous now. They're out there. What do I mean by simp? What I mean is a man that cannot handle the emotional, um, the stressful or emotional uh, situations that a normal man would be able to say, okay, they would able to make the uh, leap and make the jump from, okay, this person doesn't want to be in a relationship with me. I'm gonna go and seek my fortune somewhere else. Whereas the simp is like, if I can't have her, then I'm gonna cause problems for her, or nobody's gonna be able to have her, or I'm gonna just wipe everybody out because she don't want to be with me. To me, that's a simp. And so I'm going to start doing more on death by simp so that the rest of us, can start watching out for these simps, watching where they congregate, how they move. You need to see how they move, how they congregate, how they move, so that you going to get caught up. You won't get caught up. I did an interview yesterday with 16 to Life, and brother was talking about how one of his friends had just gotten out of prison. And when he got out of prison, man, he went to go to a McDonald's maybe a few days after being out of prison, and he saw this dude dig. He was in the parking lot. He saw a dude come out of his car, like he was about to blast on somebody. So he just hung back. Next thing you know, somebody got shot in McDonald's. When dude goes into McDonald's, somebody ends up getting shot in there. These simps are everywhere, man. They're everywhere like roaches, man. They everywhere. And if you ain't careful, man, if you ain't watching out, not only do you have to watch out for the alpha males doing something stupid, now you got to watch out for the simps too. You got to watch out for all of these dudes. The simps are armed and dangerous out here, man. And they're much more dangerous than the alpha dogs, because at least the alpha dogs, they let you know they coming. The simps, a lot of them, you won't even see them coming. You won't even see them coming. All right, now let's that was Death by Simp. That's the new one we're gonna do. So y'all check that one out. Y'all check that one out. All right, the Black History Minute. The Black History Minute. Okay. Uh, did y'all know that they had what they call fugitive slave acts? They have fugitive slave acts, meaning that uh, if you caught a runaway slave, you could return him back. You could return him back to his territory of his origin, right? Okay, so let's get into the fugitive slave acts. So the Fugitive Slaves Act were a pair of federal laws that allowed for the capture and return of runaway enslaved people within the territory of the United States. Enacted by Congress in 1793, the Fugitive Slave Act authorized local governments to seize and return escapees to their own owners and imprisoned penalties on anyone who aided in their flight. How did that affect Dred Scott? Didn't affect Dred Scott's situation, right? Because Dred Scott wasn't an escapee, right? He didn't escape. He was physically taken to a place where slavery wasn't. They didn't recognize slavery, right? All right. So anyway, widespread resistance to the 1793 law led to the passage of the Fugitive Slave Act of 1850, which added more provisions regarding runaways and levied even harsher punishment for interfering in their capture. The slave acts were among the most controversial laws of the 19th century. What were the Fugitive Slave Acts? Statutes regarding refugee slaves existed in America as early as 1643, and the New England Confederation and slave laws were later enacted in several of the 13 colonies. Among others, New York passed a 1705 measure designed to prevent runaways from fleeing to Canada. and Virginia and Maryland drafted laws offering bounties for the capture and return of escaped enslaved people. By the time of the Constitutional Convention in 1787, many northern states, including Vermont, New Hampshire, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, and Connecticut, had abolished slavery. Concerned that these new free states would become safe havens for runaways, Southern politicians saw that the Constitution included a fugitive slave clause. This stipulation, Article 4, Section 2, Clause 3, stated no person held to service or labor would be released from bondage in the event they escaped to a free state. Hmm. The Fugitive Slave Act of 1793. Despite the inclusion of the Fugitive Slave Clause in the U.S. Constitution, anti-slavery sentiment remained high in the North throughout the late 1780s and early 1790s, and many petitioned Congress to abolish the practice outright. Bowing to further pressure from Southern lawmakers who had the money, who argued that the slave debate was driving a wedge between the newly created states, Congress passed the Fugitive Slave Act of 1793. This edict was similar to the Fugitive Slave Clause in many ways, but included a more detailed description of how the law was to be put into practice. Most importantly, it decreed that owners of enslaved people and their agents had the right to search for escapees within the borders of the free states. Ouch. In the event they captured a suspected runaway, these hunters had to bring them before a judge and provide evidence proving the person was their property. If court officials were satisfied by their proof, which often took the form of a signed affidavit, the owner would be permitted to take custody of the enslaved person and return to their home state. The law also imposed a $500 penalty on any person who helped harbor or concealed escapees. The Fugitive Act of 1793 was immediately met with a firestorm of criticism. Northerners bristled at the idea of turning their states into stalking ground for bounty hunters, and many argued the law was tantamount to legalized kidnapping. Some abolitionists organized clandestine resistance groups and built complex networks of safe houses to aid enslaved people in their escape to the North. Refusing to be complicit in the institution of slavery, most northern states intentionally neglected to enforce the law. Several even passed so-called personal liberty laws that gave accused runaways the right to a jury trial and also protected free blacks, many of whom had been abducted by bounty hunters and sold into slavery, right? We all saw 12 Years a Slave, right? Brothers walking down the street, free man. Next thing you know, he gets gaffled up and he gets sold off into a slave. He's a free man with a wife and children, a business, in the North, and he gets taken down. He gets scooped up by bounty hunters and sold down in the South and made to be a slave for 12 years until he finally he writes a letter, which he ain't supposed to write or read or write, right? So that's illegal down there, right? So anyway, he writes a letter. Finally, somebody sends that letter for him, and somebody comes to get him. His one of his white colleagues comes and gets him and says, "This man is a free man," right? But the man spent 12 years on a plantation. His wife didn't know where he was. His children didn't know where he was. They thought he abandoned the family, right? This is happening, man. This is happening. Did you know that the passage of the Fugitive Slave Acts resulted in many free blacks being illegally captured and sold into slavery? I just went over that. One famous case concerns Solomon Northup. That's the case I'm just going over. A freeborn black musician who was kidnapped in Washington, D.C. in 1841. Northup would spend 12 years enslaved in Louisiana before winning back his freedom in 1853. Ay, 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 ay. Okay, here's something that we really got to talk about. Prigg versus Pennsylvania. The legality of personal liberty laws was eventually challenged in 1842 Supreme Court case Prigg versus Pennsylvania. The case concerned Edward Prigg, a Maryland man who was convicted of kidnapping after he captured a suspected slave in Pennsylvania. The Supreme Court ruled in favor of Prigg, setting the precedent that federal law superseded any state measures that attempted to interfere with the Fugitive Slave Act. Despite decisions like Prigg versus Pennsylvania, the Fugitive Slave Act of 1793 remained largely unenforced. By mid 1800s, thousands of enslaved people had poured into free states via networks like the Underground Railroad. The Fugitive Slave Act of 1850. Following increased pressure from Southern politicians, Congress passed a revised Fugitive Slave Act in 1850. Part of Henry Clay's famed Compromise of 1850, a group of bills that helped quiet early calls for Southern secession. This new law forcibly compelled citizens to assist in the capture of runaways. It also denied enslaved people the right to a jury trial. Holy smokes. And increased the penalty for interfering with the rendition process to $1,000 and 6 months in jail. In order to ensure this statute was enforced, the 1850 law was also placed control of individual cases in the hands of federal commissioners. These agents paid more returning a suspected runaway than for freeing them, leading to many to argue that the law was biased in favor of Southern slave owners. The Fugitive Slave Act of 1850 was met with even more impassioned criticism and resistance than the earlier measure. States like Vermont and Wisconsin passed new measures intended to bypass and even nullify the law. And abolitionists redoubled their efforts to assist runaways. The Underground Railroad reached its peak in the 1850s, with many enslaved people fleeing to Canada to escape U.S. jurisdiction. Resistance also occasionally boiled over into riots and revolts. In 1851, a mob of anti-slavery activists rushed a Boston courthouse and forcibly liberated an escapee named Shadrach Minkins from federal custody. Similar rescues were later made in New York, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. The repeal of the Fugitive Slave Acts. Widespread opposition to the Fugitive Slave Act of 1850 saw the law become virtually unenforceable in certain northern states. And by 1860, only around 330 enslaved people had been successfully returned to their southern masters. Republican Free Soil congressmen regularly introduced bills and resolutions to repeal the Fugitive Slave Act, but the law perished until after the beginning of the Civil War. It wasn't until June 28, 1864, that both of the Fugitive Slave Acts were repealed by an act of Congress. Holy smokes. Holy smokes. So that is greetings, Sister Wanda. Good morning to you. Good morning to you. Happy to see you here. Just going over the Fugitive Slave Act. So that is the Fugitive Slave Acts. The Fugitive Slave Acts. So make sure you go and do your homework on that, but don't just take my word for it. Go look it up for yourself. Go get this information for yourself. Don't just listen to Brother Clarence talking to you. Go look it up for yourself. Dig that. Dig that. Okay, y'all, let's get into your money. STEM C job of the week. What is that going to be? It is an actuary. An actuary. What is an actuary, by the way? An actuary is an actual science is a discipline that uses mathematics, science, statistics, and financial theory to measure, manage, and mitigate financial risk and uncertainty. Actuaries are essential to the insurance industry, and they are increasingly finding niches in other business. Uh, After a serendipitous course of events, um, an actuary ended up back in her small town looking for a job. She saw that an ad that said we'll hire math majors. So she answered it. It turns out that the job was in the actuary field, and holy smokes, I was all wrong. I thought I was helping solve problems with financial risk. In my case, it was pension plans. There was so much variation from day to day. It was a wonderful fit. The Bureau of Labor statistic projects 24.5% employment growth actually between 2020 and 2030. That period, 6,800 jobs should open up. What is the median salary for actuary? Median salary for actuary, $111,030 annually. How do you become an actuary? You got to get you a bachelor's degree, earn a bachelor's degree. Majoring in mathematics, statistics, or actual science is helpful for a career in actuarial science, but the profession doesn't require it. Gain internship experience. Though not necessary, internships can help students decide on what actual path to head down. Areas of practice may include life, health, and casualty. Pass a series of exams. To become certified actuary, you need to pass a series of actuarial exams. Holy smokes. Holy smokes. But see, which one of your children is thinking about being an actuary? They don't even know nothing about being no actuary, right? Sister Enya, good to see you in the building. Sister Eni, sister, good to see you in the building. Thank you for stopping by. You and Sister Wanda. I know you guys could be doing something else right now, but I appreciate you stopping by in the house. In the house. So yeah, we got to push our children into these STEM jobs because that's the future. If you're pushing your, if you're letting your child just hang out and just do whatever, they ain't gonna cut it. They're gonna be working for somebody else sooner or later. They're gonna be working for somebody else sooner or later, or some other group sooner or later. All right, uh let's get into the main topic. Let's get into the main topic. Okay, let's get into the main topic. Question: how long would you last in a relationship where your sex partner is unable to create a climax for you? Okay, so most people go into relationships, and I would say at least probably 80 to 90% of people, their purpose for entering into a relationship, a romantic relationship, is because of the sexual experience that they feel they're going to have. Sister Enya, I actually thought about being an actuary. That's good, sis. That's good. See, we need to tell our children, those of us that have them, or if you do have them in the future, you need to push them into STEM jobs, jobs that they where you know the days where we could look back and we could say, oh, you doing something because of the money, and and that's wrong. It's not wrong in today's world. You have to look at the money. Why are you getting this degree? What is this degree going to do for you? I understand you want a degree in liberal arts, but what is how much is that going to pay you? You know what I mean? You have to look at it for real, man. I mean, things cost so much money in America, man. You have to have a job that's going to pay you. Now, if you want to minor in something like liberal arts, or you want to minor in art or something like that, yeah, okay, cool. But you can't be out here majoring in black studies. You can't major in black studies. Where you going to go and they're going to pay you, the kind of money you're going to need to take care of a family with a black studies degree? You just probably not going. It's probably not going to happen, right? Probably going to have a degree in the STEM field if you really want to make some money and you want to have the opportunity to move around and do some different things. You probably going to have a degree in at least mathematics and at least science, at least technology. I mean, you're gonna have to. But I appreciate that, Sister Indian. Yeah, we need to open our eyes up and see what's happening with these degrees. I mean, a lot of people they say I got a degree, but they got a degree in the wrong stuff. And all you got to do is, uh, all you got to do is, you know, you can just look at how much, how the way they live in. And I'm not saying we all got to be, we're not going to all come out of college or come out of some training program and be rich or be able to, buy everything we want. No, it's a process. First, you got to establish yourself. And then once you establish yourself and then you establish a way to, a budget for yourself, then you'll be able to do different stuff like that. Sister Wanda, sex on Sunday. Whoop de woo. Yeah, Sister Wanda, we're gonna talk about sex today. Yeah, man, we're gonna talk about sex today. So we're gonna have it out because what I need to know and what I would like to know is bad sex a deal breaker? Is bad sex a deal breaker? Meaning that if you because some people out here right now, they're not having sex at all. They're in marriages, no sex. They're in long-term relationships, no sex. They're in short-term relationships, no sex. There's guys out here right now. I had a friend. I had a friend. And so this girl, she had a good job, and she had a nice car. And so my friend and her ran into each other because they had both had uh, a domestic violence issue that they had to go to DV class for, right? And they'll give you a diversion. They say, okay, well, this will drop off your record in 6 months or whatever if you go to the DV class. So they met in the DV class, and so they started going out. Now, when they started going out, it was always an issue with him trying to be intimate with her, because she would always call him and say, are you hungry? Hey, let's grab something to eat. At first, he was like, oh yeah, yeah, cool, no problem, you know, because I don't know about women, but men, you think you're getting vagina points, right? You think, I'm taking you out, I'm taking you to, and and you getting vagina points for doing it. But that's not what actually happens sometimes. Sometimes a woman's got a different agenda for you. She's got a different purpose for you. And my friend's purpose was to take her out to eat. And she knew that he thought that he was putting logs on the fire, but he wasn't putting the logs on the fire. He just taking her out to eat when she was hungry. Because as soon as she finished, he would tell me, man, as soon as she finished her meal, man, she's like, I gotta go to work. I didn't remember. I mean, and she did it to him like 3 or 4 times. And I said, why are you allowing that to take place? He said, I don't know. And I said, okay, well, she gonna keep on doing it to you, right? And then I said, well, at least is she, is she worth it on the sex side of the situation? He goes, no. So it's really bad. I said, why? I said, why are you doing all that if it's really bad? If the whole point that you being with her is to try to get to her in the bedroom, and then the bedroom part of it is bad, why are you doing that? I don't know. That's what guys say when they don't want to face the reality of what's actually happening to them. I don't know. I don't know. Um, and I'm gonna put the link out in a little while. Let y'all come up here and tell me some of y'all bad sex stories, because we all got some bad sex stories, right? Um, Sister Enya, in marriage, I would stay forever. We would need to get educated and creative. Yeah, man. I mean, it's hard. See, that's the thing. When you in marriage, marriage is a whole nother ball game. That's a whole nother ball game because you have committed. You have said openly to everybody, all your friends and family, you're committing to this person no matter how bad the situation gets, right? That's basically what you're saying when you marry somebody, right? No matter how bad this thing gets, I'm gonna stick with you, right? But in reality, you need to have you some deal breakers, because nowadays people are crazy, man. People are really crazy, and you just can't stay with everybody over everything. But Tony, I figure bad sex can be improved with all these toys out here. It can be, but you got to have, you know what you got to have, brother Tony, to get that to work. You got to have a person who can teach, and you got to have a person who's willing to learn. You got to have those two things. You got the desire for improvement has to be on both sides, and both people have to be willing to commit to doing it. See, but sometimes, you know what happens a lot of times? A lot of times, it happens to men and women. The but it's, I think a lot of times more so with women. I think men are more open to teaching, but women are less open to teaching, because if a woman has to teach something, then that opens her, that exposes her to the questions of how she got that knowledge, right? Men are not necessarily exposed to those kind of questions, right? So if a man comes in and says, "Hey, let's try this," boom, boom. But if a woman comes in and says, "Hey, let's try this," the man's gonna go, "What? We've been doing this 5 years, and now all of a sudden you want to do this? Where'd you get this information from?" See, so it's harder on women because it opens them up to other questions. She's not gonna say, "Yeah, when I was in college, this dude, you know, this dude that used to pound me with this fire hose, this is what he used to do, and we used to have fun doing it." I mean, what woman's gonna say that? If she's smart, she won't say that, right? If she's smart, she's not gonna never say nothing like that. Never bring up, never bring up anybody else's fire hose. Never, 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 never. I don't care how much the guy asks you for. Ask you, say, "Man, I don't even remember. All I know is what you got going on." If she's smart, most women are smart enough to do that. Uh, but Tony, I thought you were going to put logs on the fire. That's good. Yeah, man. You think you're gonna put logs on fire, bro, Tony? So see, you taking these women out. So they call it vagina points, right? You building up, you racking up vagina points. I took her out. You know, I went to the mall with her. We had a whole day. We just hung out. We had a whole day of non-sexual fun. We just hung out, right? And you think that non-sexual time is going to translate into time with her vagina, right? Not always. Depends on how she feels about you, right? Most guys are too scared to investigate that. Hey, you know what? Where are we going with this? And my intention is to actually at some point be physical with you. Is that something that you know, willing to do? Are you interested in that or not? Oh no, because if you ask, you probably, oh no, I think of you as a brother, right? She's not trying to have sex with her brother. I think of you as an uncle. You remind me of my dad. The average woman is not trying to have sex with those three dudes. You're done. You remind me of my brother. That's it. That's a nice way of saying you're never going to see this vagina, right? But see, we don't know that, right? Some dudes, especially the simp dudes, they think they can get around that wall. I'm going to get around it, so I'm just going to keep pushing harder. So that's what my friend was doing. I told him, I said, "Man, you need to cut this chick loose, man. If that's all you want her for, then you need to cut the chick loose, because she's basically using you to get to eat. When she's a couple of days away from payday, she's gonna call you to have you go over there and buy her a big old meal, right? Oh no, I'm getting somewhere. Yeah, you getting bad sex. So when she finally can't run from you no more, she'll give you some of this bad sex she got. And he was always thinking, oh yeah, it's gonna turn around. The bad sex will turn around at some point. I don't know. Depends on the person. Sister Wano, that's his responsibility to be upfront with his desires and intentions. He should be. He should be. But sometimes we not. Sister Wano, as men, we're so afraid, especially the symptoms, man. We're so afraid. We're this close. We in our mind, we think I'm this close to actually seeing that vagina. If I'm this close, if I just hang in there, I'm right around the corner, right? And the girl, she knows exactly what she's doing. She keeps hope alive, right? She's Jesse Jackson. Keep hope alive, keep hope alive, keep hope alive, right? Martin Luther King. Hey, one day you're going to get to the promised land. One day you will get there, my brother. Keep buying me these, purses, and keep buying me these sandals, and keep buying me these meals. You will get to the promised land at some point. And the dude has to find out after he's $1,000 in or $500 in. Finally, he has to decide whether he's gonna cut his losses. This dude eventually had to cut his losses because I kept telling him, I said, "Man, this don't make no sense what you're doing here. This girl ain't never and when she do give you sex, it's the bad sex. It's the sex you give. It's the sex. See, women have different. Women have sex where they have sex where they're involved. They're very much involved. Then they have sex with people that they're not involved at all. They're not involved at all. Good. You know what, brother Tony? Good question. Good question. What is bad sex? Bad sex is a sex where you can see that the other person is not uh, as interested in your um, achievements as they are in their own. That's bad sex. And as long as they can get their goals accomplished, they're good. Or here's another even uglier scenario. You as a man, I'm just talking from the woman to the man, but we can say it both ways. You as a woman, the other person doesn't have the sexual tension, cannot maintain the sexual tension enough where a climax is imminent, then that is going to be an issue as well. That is going to be an issue as well. That is also bad sex, meaning that now, instead of the person that you having sex with, brother Tony, um, being your muse or being your object of your passion, they don't even conduct them. They don't even resonate that type of sexual tension. And now you've got to draw on your own mental. Uh, you got to rewind some tapes in your own head to try to advance the situation, and that's only going to carry you so far. Holy smokes. Holy smokes. Yeah, you don't want to be in a situation where you're with someone and they are not into you uh, uh, uh your achievements. Put it like that. Sister Enya, I was saying I would stay forever in regards to challenging climax in marriage. Yeah, I knew what you were saying, Sister Enya. I'm just saying a lot of women won't. A lot of people won't. I don't want to say just women, but men. Men will, I think, more because men have more financially to lose. I think typically, so they're willing to try to work things out, whereas women, um, they're gonna walk away with something no matter what happens. So and now that you have social media out there, a woman can get, she can get validation. She can get sexual validation from other people. See, it used to be you had to get that from somebody in a marriage. You as a woman had to get sexual validation from a man in a marriage. or in a long-term relationship. Now you don't have to do that. Now you can go online and you good morning, beautiful. You can get 20 different texts like that. And I'm not saying every woman gets that, but I'm saying if you put yourself out there like that, a lot of guys will hit you up like that. All right. But Tony, you mean the difference between sex with kissing versus without kissing? No, 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 no. No, I mean the difference between sex with a a person that is with enthusiasm and without enthusiasm. That's what I'm thinking. You know what I mean? Sometimes you're gonna have sex with us as men. Sometimes we're gonna have sex with our women without kissing them. We're just gonna, we just gonna ragdoll them, right? We're just gonna ragdoll them all over the bed, right? Or wherever, the couch or whatever, right? You just ragdoll them. And so, sometimes that's hot. Depends on how you feeling at the time, right? But what you want, what you don't want, what you always want when you having sex is enthusiasm. You want enthusiasm in the other party. You don't want to see somebody who like you're putting in all this work and they're turning the pages in a magazine like, oh well, let me know when it's over. That, brother Tony, is not a good sign. That is not a good sign. That is not a good sign, man. That you are in trouble, man. When you have a situation like that. Um, Sister Wanda, men are just like women. Watch too many movies that make you think dinner leads to sex. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. But Sister Wanda, women make you get there. Women make you go there, right? Women make you feel like that because they drag you to those movies, right? Or they sit you on the couch and say, "Yeah, I just want to watch Netflix tonight." And the cost of seeing her vagina is watching those rom-com movies, right? That's what you have to do. Well, that's what a lot of guys feel like they have to do. Feel like they have to do. In actuality, if you learn your partner very well, you can have the lay of the land. You can have the lay of the land. You learn her body and you learn what really makes her tick and what makes her. You can have the lay of the land, but most guys never get that far, right? They never get that far. And the woman, unfortunately, the woman can't say anything. See, that's the problem that women have. They are in a situation where they can't say anything. Because if they open their mouth and say, "Hey, let's try this," the guy will be like, that'll open up a box of questions for them. Why? Where did you get this information? How did you get that? What happened? Where did you, and it creates another slew of problems for the woman, right? So most of them just don't say nothing, right? They eventually handle it some other kind of way. That's why bad sex is a dangerous issue to deal with in a relationship. It's a dangerous issue because it creates a lot of different problems. And most people, sex is one of the things. Finances is something that maybe, you can catch that, right? Because you'll see that, hey, this person don't have no money. What's going on? What's the issue? And you can issues with finances, yeah, you can jump in there. But sex, a person can lie to you for years. A person can lie to you for years, right? Sometimes the way you do something does not create sexual tension, but they don't want to hurt your feelings, right? So they tell you, "Oh, okay, it's okay." Let me tell you something, men. Let me tell you something, men and women. Let me tell you something, men and women. If somebody tells you, you know what, that's okay. You don't have to do that. You don't have to complete that act. They're telling you something, right? They're telling you you are horrible at that act. You don't have to do it no more. Don't do that no more. unless you bump your skills up, don't do that no more. Don't even approach me about that no more. But you women know this already. Sister Wanda, sex begins in the mind. If neither party is stimulated mentally, the sexual satisfaction will be mediocre. Yes, they have to be stimulated. They have to be stimulated. But some people, Sister Wanda, are sociopathic, meaning that they're only concerned for their own achievements. Their own achievement. They have a presence that creates sexual tension. They just don't have the work ethic involved in that. They don't have the work ethic that would promote that in a positive way. Yes, you're right. It does start in the mind. But like I said, you have to have enthusiasm. For sex to be good, you have to have enthusiasm. Everybody has to be enthusiastic about what's going on. Everybody wants to, and everybody has to want to win. Like a football team, everybody has to want to win. If one of the people doesn't want to win, when I mean win, I mean both everybody get to where they're trying to go. It's not gonna work. It's not gonna. I mean, I'm not saying it's not gonna work. Somebody's going to have to accept substandard affection. That's what I can say about that. Brother Tony, better eat that kitty cat. Laugh out loud. Well, brother, I'm gonna say this. You better have a bunch of different tricks in your bag, because if you don't, you never know when there's sometimes people are tired, and you can get them right to that point, but they can't just they can't push themselves over. You may need to have a couple tricks in your bag. But I would always be clean. Be always try to be as clean as possible. Whatever you do out here, remember, you out here you're exchanging bodily fluids with people, man. You know what I'm saying? In a marriage, it is you know you supposedly being with you in a monogamous relationship. Therefore, that's the inference is you're in a monogamous relationship. So you're exchanging. You should have built up a resistance to the microbes on the other person. You should have built up a resistance by a certain point, and it's not going to affect you. But if you're dealing with somebody you just like you just dating casually, and you start doing different things where you're exchanging all of this mucus and you're exchanging all of these different microbes, and then and that you're dealing with different people and they're dealing with different people. Ouch. Ouch. So be careful out here, man. But definitely you gotta be creative, and you gotta have some bag of tricks, because like I said, people are tired, and sometimes they just need you to just approach it in a different way to get them over the hump. You know what I mean? Uh Sister Inya, great point, Sister Wana. You gonna encourage her, Sister Inya. Sister Wana, so you're saying that men are the problem because they are intimidated by input of women? Yes, men are the problem. Well, men and women are the problem. Both people are the problem, because here's the problem with men. Men have a fear of loss, because they feel like I'm this close to seeing this girl's vagina. I'm this close to it. So let me just do this next thing. And the girl, most of the time the women are so smart, they know that that's how the guy feels, because they've been down this road a bunch of times, so they already know they know how to play this dude, right? What to say and not to say, to keep the fear going. So the fear of, man, I've invested so much, I got to get a return out of this at some point. I've invested so much into this girl, it's going to pay off. I know it's going to pay off, right? So they just keep thinking them leading. You can see keep making them think that that's going to happen at some point. But meanwhile, they racking up these dinners, right? Oh, I'm so hungry. Aren't you hungry? Hey, let's go hang out. And they make the guy think that this non-sexual time is going to translate into some point into seeing her naked vagina, and it's not. Sometimes, a lot of times, it's not. But instead of asking up front and saying, hey, I don't mind doing this, but I have something more than just being your friend in mind. Is that what you have in mind? Instead of putting the cards on the table, they just assume that the woman is interested in them sexually because she agrees to go out with them. That is a huge mistake that most men make. Huge mistake. And so instead of getting it up front, saying, "Hey, do you see me as a friend, or because I'm interested in being more than friends?" And get a woman the opportunity to tell you, "Oh no, I don't. I see you like my brother. I see you like my uncle. I see you as, I see you like my father, like my dad." You're done. But at least you'll know right away. You won't be wasting time on women that don't see you the way you want to be seen. You know what I mean? Women make the mistake that women make. The mistake that women make is they lead these guys on, knowing that and they should say, "Hey, But see, women think that guys gonna catch it. Women say, "You remind me of my brother," right? Because the average person knows this woman's not trying to have sex with her brother, not gonna have sex with her father, not gonna have sex with her uncle, and she's basically telling you you're gonna see just as much as my vagina as any of those guys, right? But guys don't get that. Guys are stupid. Guys don't pick up on those hints. They look at it like, "Oh man, if I can break through. I can break through the wall." No, and so then what they do to try to throw you off the trail is give you um, enthusiastic sex, right? She said, "Well, if he have bad sex with me, then he won't want to have sex with me no more. He'll just want to eat with me." Not how guys work. It's not how guys work. Guys are taking you out because they want to get in your pants sooner or later. They may some are strong enough to say it up front. Most are not, but that's the reality of the situation is. That's the reality of the situation. Dating is dating is a cultural way, a culturally acceptable way of trying to get somebody to have sex with you. That's what dating is in today's world. Dating used to mean you're trying to look for a husband or a wife. Not anymore. Dating is a culturally acceptable way to try to have casual sex with someone now. All right, Sister Wana, you can only be enthusiastic about people you are mentally attracted to. Maybe so. Maybe so. Maybe so, Sister Wana. However it is, if you're not attracted to the person, don't go out with them. That's what I say. Don't go out with them. Don't take the gifts. Don't take just say, "Hey, look, I think you might be uh I think you might be overstepping the situation here, and you may have something in mind that I don't have in mind. I wouldn't feel right taking this." But what do most women do? "Oh, this is for me? Thanks." "You don't pay my car note this month? Oh, thanks." Right? Right? And the guys like, "Man, I'm paying. I'm putting like I said, logs on the fire, man. I'm putting money in the bank. I'm gonna be able to, I'm stacking these chips over here, and I'll be able to cash these chips in and be able to look at her vagina sooner or later, right?" Not always the case. Not always the case. Sister Wana, we are not in the 50s anymore, so be careful about eating that kitty. You might bite into some kitty litter. Women are not monogamous anymore. Yeah, that was my concern, Brother Tony. That was my concern, man. It is intuitive into the situation that if you married, that you are being monogamous to your wife, and your wife is being monogamous to you. That is pretty much you know, ingrained in this whole situation of being married, right? That's a given. That's supposed to be a given in being married that you guys are, what I'm saying. So after a while, you're gonna build up resistance to her and to her microbes. She's gonna build up a resistance to your microbes. That is how it's supposed to go. Doors a little open for a little more experimentation. But when you having casual sex with different people, watch how deep you go, brother. Watch how deep you go. You already putting yourself out there, kissing somebody. You already putting yourself out there just you know, copulating with them. You know what I'm saying? You don't know what they got going on. You don't know what you got going on unless you've been to the doctor with them and got them results right there in front of you. You don't know. You don't know, right? I did a I did a story a little while ago about a woman who married this dude. Man, she knew this dude for like 3 years. Off and on, they was going out together, and she ended up marrying this cat. She married him, and she had got pregnant, and everything was all good. So in one of her pregnancy visits, the doctor pulled her to the side and said, "Hey, look, I need to holler at you for a minute." She said, "What, is there something wrong with the baby?" She said, "No, ain't nothing wrong with the baby, but I need to holler at you for a minute. Can you ask your husband to step outside the room?" And so the woman was like, "Nah, he don't have to step out the room. He can stay right here. Whatever you got to say to me, you can say in front of him." She's nervous, thinking there's a problem with the baby. They say, "You know what? You HIV positive." The lady she said she said her heart just went to her knees, right? Because this man was her first sexual encounter. Ouch, ouch. Eventually, she got the man thrown in jail, but she left. She left him right there. Bam, boom. And where she was from, I think she was from Florida. That's attempted murder. That's a felony, class A felony, attempted murder. Having sex, and and then here the dude knew he had HIV and didn't say nothing because he was too scared to have her leave. So he put her life in jeopardy. Sister Wana, I agree. Women should never go out with someone they don't see themselves having sex with. Period. Now that is something that, man, if you guys could go back to the women's meeting and tell the women, just stop doing that. You Man, if women would stop doing something like that, they would stop encouraging the simps, and they would only deal with dudes that they want to have sex with. That would only dudes that had their stuff together would even have the nerve to approach them, right? But guys know, man, women are vagina is at an all-time low in value. It's at an all-time low. I mean, just the value of it. So I could walk out my office right now and I mean, I could bring somebody back in here right now. Not spend a dime, not nothing. Just talking to her, right? And bring her back in here and get something going on and then put her out of here. Right? Vagina is at an all-time low. All-time low. And I don't know how we're gonna get the I don't know how we're gonna put the value back on vagina. I don't know how we're gonna do that because we need to do that. Vagina is at an all-time low. But that's because a lot of women will encourage dudes that are sinister, right? I mean, you want sex, but you acting like you don't want sex because you don't want to seem like a bad guy for acting like you want sex, right? But that's what you are. That's what we want as guys. We want to have sex. Now, if you have other qualities, maybe we'll consider a long-term relationship with you. But initially, we want sex. Most of us. Most of us. There's not too many guys that want to just be friends with you, and then that's going to blossom into a sexual relationship. Not too many guys like that. But it's a strategy that some guys use playing games like that. And then when they get caught, because women see that already, like with my boy I was telling y'all about, he was doing all that. And I said, you know what? She never calls you at 11 o'clock, right? 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock. No, I had to have her back by 9:30, 10 o'clock at the latest, right? Because she'll always say, I got to go to work the next morning. So I'm trying to get him to figure it out. I'm like, hey, you know that somebody's coming over there at 11 o'clock and they're going to plow their way to China, right? You know that, right? No, man, no. I said, come on, man. You got her. She just called you to eat. She probably gets paid on Friday. It's Wednesday. And, as soon as that last morsel of food goes in her mouth, she does this big yawn. She would always do this big yawn. I used to tease my man about that. She'd always go, yeah, I got to go to work in the morning. My man would be like, but it's only 9 o'clock. She's like, yeah, but I got to get in the bed. I got to get my clothes together. I got to all of that stuff, right? But he still kept doing it. I mean, he finally figured it out, but I mean, it took a while, and he wouldn't listen to me. Sister Wanda, the issue is that women want to go out. The guys don't want them. The guys they want don't want them. So women settle for free meals from simps. I agree to a certain point. So if we're gonna talk about it, let's talk about it. Okay. Women have what is called a sexual marketplace value. What is a sexual marketplace value? The sexual marketplace value is the value at which the average man will place a value on your sexual desirability, right? Okay, so when women are young, I would say young, uh, 25 and below, I would say 18 to 25. That's typically when most women have their highest level of sexual market value. The sexual market value is at its highest, right? You're in the prime childbearing years. You have no stretch marks typically. If you do have a baby, your body can pop back. So that's usually the time where you're at the peak in value, right? Now, what some women do is that's when they use that time, and that's typically when most women are in college. They use that time to pursue a man or a relationship with a man and try to cash in their chips while they're at their highest value. What I see a lot of black women doing is the reverse. What a lot of black women would do is they don't try to cash their chips in at the table when their value is at the highest. They try to cash their chips in the early 30s, mid 30s, and late 30s. They see that um, the type of men that's chasing after them is changing. Now they starting to get a clue. Uh oh, I better cash them in now before my value sinks to almost nothing. So that's when they cash them in. But so I noticed that a lot of black women will be playing with, like this chick that I'm talking about now. She's probably about 24, 25, 26, somewhere in there. She was just playing. I mean, she had no children, so she could just play. She could just do whatever she wanted to do. But I noticed that she was black, by the way. But I noticed that a lot of black women would do that, and they would put off serious relationships until not all. Please don't tell me all, but a lot of them will put off because they feel like, hey, I'm going to have the same value at 35 that I have at 22. And if I don't, then you can't see it as a man, then there's something wrong with you. Okay, there'll be something wrong with me, but you'll be the one that's sitting there by yourself if you think that way. Because men don't think that way. Men do not think like that. Men do not think like that. Men look at your sexual market value. That's what opens the door for us to even consider you for a long-term relationship. The sexual market value has to be at a certain level for us to even consider that. Sister Wanda, if she wants sex with you, she'll be late to work. Yeah, 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 yeah. You know, but it takes men a long time to figure this stuff out, Sister Wanda. Men don't figure this stuff out. You know, men are just men are like we a lot of times men we are in our own land. I mean, we just and women too. Women get like that too, but a lot of times men are just it's gonna work, right? I was watching there's a show called Shark Tank. You ever watch a show called Shark Tank? It's an ugly situation, man. I got tired of watching it because I got tired of seeing them encourage encourage all of those people to ship jobs overseas. Basically, on Shark Tank, they tell everybody, "Hey, you cannot afford American intervention in your whatever you're trying to do. What you need to do is go overseas and get it done for half the price or a quarter the price." And that's cool. I mean, that's cool, but I'm just saying they nationally doing that, and you know they basically telling you, "Hey, um, you can't afford the American worker, so don't even get involved with them." Right? I saw a little girl on there. She made some type of app, and she ended up selling that app for $15 million. Right? And the designers that designed it was in Taiwan. Right? And you know, she paid them nothing compared to what she would have paid somebody in America to design that app. But that's what they'll take over there, right? So I got tired of it. But anyway, I'm watching this thing, Shark Tank, and there was this guy on there. He had this horrible invention, right? And so Mr. Wonderful was telling him, man, give it up. He's like, it's gotta work. I put my college kids' tuition into this, I put everything into this, and man, they had to damn near carry him off the stage. He was crying. He was like, "It's got to work. It's got to work. It's got to work." They tell him, "Hey, man, there's no way anybody's with any brains in their head is going to put any money behind this. It's absolutely unusable product. It's just nothing. And you did it because you like it, but that doesn't mean everybody's going to like it, right?" But the point was, in his own mind, he went and spent his kids' college funds. He spent his retirement. He spent his 401k. He spent all the money him and his family had on this invention, and he didn't even do the market research to find out if it was something that other people would want. Right? Okay. Well, that's a lot of times what black women will do, and men too. We will do things where we don't even do the research to find out if is this something that other people would want. Right? Me is are men gonna want are men with means and money and ability to take care of me the way I want to be taken care of? Are those kind of men gonna want me at 22 or are they gonna want me at 35? Which, if they have to choose, which one are they gonna want? Which version of me were they gonna want? Right? Sister Wanda, for instance, there are men who would have sex with Lizzo, but she doesn't want those men. Exactly. Lizzo wants the sexy men, but the sexy men don't want her. Right, right. So what does Lizzo do? Lizzo tries to shame the guys that don't want her. She tries to shame those guys into wanting to be with her. Right? I'm just gonna shame you, just like that guy on Shark Tank. He start crying and everything. Like they're crying. The crying is going to make them invest millions of dollars into your product. Crying is not going to make them invest millions of dollars into your product just because you made the mistake of spending all your children's savings and college funds. Absolutely ridiculous. But Lizzo is a prime example of what I'm talking about. She doesn't consider, she doesn't want what she is. She doesn't want somebody that's as big as her for a romantic relationship. Yet she'll shame people for not wanting her. It's crazy. It's crazy. Brother Chaotic, are you using an external camera today? No, brother, I'm using my same camera on top of my laptop, brother. Hey, Chaotic, we ain't making we ain't making a whole bunch of money like you guys are over there on Chaotic Truth Live are. We this is a small operation, brother. It's a small operation. It's just probably because of the sunlight is coming in making it look better than it usually does. But I appreciate you, brother Chaotic. You guys go over there and check out Chaotic Truth Live. If you haven't subscribed to him or haven't been on his channel, go over there and check it out. Y'all know I tell everybody to go to anybody's channel and you check it out for yourself. My Sister Don Frank. Greetings, brother Clarence in the chat. Greetings, Sister Don. Good to see you in the building. Good to see you in the building. Okay, I got y'all out here. Let me answer Tony's question, then I'll put the link out. But Tony, it depends on if she is only physically attractive chick or a bookworm. I'll take a 32-year-old bookworm personally. Brother, I understand where you're coming from, and every woman is a case by case basis. We talking about generally speaking. We talking about generally speaking. With let's say you have a 32-year-old woman who's had probably, let's say there's one relationship a year. Let's say one relationship every 2 years, right? One relationship every 2 years. So since the age of 22, being like one serious relationship every 22. So let's see, that's 10 years. So that's 5 relationships. That's 5 different guys going up the river, no paddle, right? Okay. Now, those are the guys that's on the books. For every one guy that's on the books, there's probably 2 or 3 hovering around that may slip in there every now and then, right? That's how most women operate. Most women operate like that. There's usually one guy, I mean, if they're not married. If they're married, a lot of one thing I give to women, a lot of times they will try to honor that marriage. But when they're not married, they're like, I'm not married, right? So they'll have one guy on the books. This guy, his name is, his name is on the books. There'll be probably 2 or 3 guys hovering around that are not on the books that can insert at any time. All she got to do is just reel them in and get that thing off and then get them out of there, right? So you got to look at that and say, okay, there's some use here. There's some usage here. Now, if you can find a woman that doesn't have a lot of usage, cool, because that's what we're all looking for, right? That's the whole point. That's where vagina is at its maximum value with the least amount of usage, right? But when it has high usage, that's bad. To most men, that's bad. That's bad. Okay, we're small over here, but we're quality. Yeah, tell Sister Wanda. All right, y'all. I'm gonna put out the link, and let's see what y'all got to say about sex today. And we just have an open conversation, man. We just talk about it. We just ask each other questions and try to pass some information around to each other. Right? All right. Now, let me ask you guys, have any of you guys ever seen bad sex break up a relationship? I mean, actually break it up. I have seen that happen. I have seen that happen. And excuse me, y'all. This is the scenario where I saw something like that happen. Okay, so I knew a person that was in a relationship, and what happened was he, as a result of, I don't know, whatever, well, maybe it was just he had been covering his feelings for a long time. He got this. He was no longer sexually aroused by his wife. He was no longer sexually aroused by his wife. And I know sometimes women look at it like this, but you should be aroused. You should be aroused. I had your children. You owe me being aroused. Sexual arousal doesn't work like that. Remember I said before, the most honest thing in the world is the penis. That's the most honest thing in the world is the penis. I mean, you can only, so if you're not going to make this man if you're not going to extend his ability to um, function sexually, then he's going to have to rewind tapes in his head to make that work, right? See, when you 17, you 18, 17, 18, 19, I'd say right up to about maybe 28, 26, 27, somewhere around up in there. Guys don't have to do no, you don't have to, you're, the only thing that really matters to guys at that age is the fact that you are available. Okay? The sexual tension is just cake. It's just icing on the cake, right? But when you get after 30, now you got more other responsibilities. You got other stuff on your mind, right? You need more help removing those responsibilities so that you can go into the lustful mode that you need to be in, so that you can make these babies, right? You need help going there, right? That's what the woman is supposed to do. She's supposed to help you get there by being your muse, by being the person that can arouse you sexually, to where she puts your mentality into that lustful mode. And when that lust is running high in you, you're not in your right mind, right? You're not thinking of, this is the mother of my children, and this is the mother of the church, and you ain't thinking like that. You think, I'm gonna pound this girl into the pavement. You know, if she got any bruises after this situation, that's on her, right? She could always divorce me. But she never gonna go nowhere, right? Right? But that's how you gotta think, because you can't be in your right mind when you're trying to make babies, man. You can't be in your right mind. You have to be out of your right mind to do that, because you have to be have that lust going. There's a reason why lust is important. There's a reason why God gave it to you. You have to have the lust. Then when after you get done with your situation, now this is the separator. This is separates us from animals. Animals don't love each other. We as human beings can experience loving one another. Therefore, we don't have to just walk away from the person once we impregnate them, like an animal, like a bear or a lion or whatever. They can just walk away from the female, or a polar bear or whatever. They can walk away because there ain't no love lost there. They come in, do their business, and they out. But we as human beings, once we come back to our mental state, our regular mental state, now we reconnect with this person on a higher level than just the sex. Whereas the animals don't do that. They don't connect like that, typically, right? Uh Sister Wanda, you really know women, Brother Clarence. Women have men off the books. Oh man, always. Always, Sister Wanda. Always. There's always a dude. There's always a dude that's on the books, for the family and for the friends and everything. You could take this dude. He's actually, I tell this story. I knew this girl. And so she had this dude she was going with. She had this dude she was going with. And so it's perfect, right up to, this is right up the alley of this story is right up the alley of what we're talking about, bad sex. He was perfect. This dude was perfect. He had two problems. The first problem he had was that he was not sexually inept. He was not sexually adept. So that was the first problem. He was not that sexually adept. And so the girl he was dating had uh, 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 higher experiences than what she was experiencing with this dude, right? But of course, they was all dogs, right? They was all, you know, they all treated her like jump offs, right? Anyway, so that was his first problem. He was sexually inept, but he was good dude, man. I mean, he was he would man. I'm telling you, this dude got so good. He got in so good with the family. When they would have barbecues, the dad would let this dude turn the meat. I mean, that's how good he had got in there, man. I mean, we know, man. I don't know about white people. Y'all could tell me, Sister Dunn, you could tell me about white people. But black people, when the father turns over the spatula to you on the grill, you in. You in. You in. You you in. When the father says, "Here, son, you turn the meat." He give you those tongs, you in. Hmm? You in. He was in. He was in. The mother liked him. The father liked him. The dude had a good job. He had a job where he worked 15 days on and 15 days off. He was off for 15 days, right? I mean, anytime she called and said, "Hey, can you run by my mother's house and pick this up for me?" He would go by it. He would anything she needed. She had a flat tire, anything she needed, everything she wanted. I say we actually had three problems, but I said the first problem was sexually inept. The second problem he had, he wasn't visually stimulating to her. He was like a rebound dude. He was like a bounce back dude, right? He was that get back on your feet dude, right? Don't sit in the house and cry dude. He was that dude. Remember the show Roseanne? They had a whole show about this dude called Transitional Man, right? Where the oldest daughter's husband was gone, and so she was dating this dude. And the whole running joke about the whole show was that nobody ever remembered his name. They knew he wasn't going to be around for a long time. They didn't even remember his name. They was calling him or whatever. They never said his name. It was so funny. It was so funny. Yeah, but they ended up calling him Transitional Man. But they never remembered his name. They never called him by his name or nothing because he only was around for like a week or two, right? But anyway, same situation over here. She had rebounding off of some dude that really had dropped her hard, right? So she said, "Hey, I'm gonna get me a good dude," right? A lot of women do that. "Hey, I'm gonna get me a good dude. I'm gonna get a good dude." And man, this dude was a good dude. I mean, a good dude, man. He was every time if she pick up the phone and call and say, "I want something," he would probably be there in less than half an hour with it. Boom, he's there. Whatever she needed, money, whatever, right? Okay, so I said the first problem was being sexually inept. I said the second problem was he wasn't visually stimulating, like you said, Sister Juana. He wasn't visually stimulating at all to her, right? He was shorter than her. That was a problem. He was shorter than her. He was shorter than her. He had a little you know, dilf stomach right there, right? He was like, he was not the other dudes that she usually dated, athletic dudes. This dude wasn't that athletic at all, right? Good dude though. Good dude, man. Good dude. Oh man. I was sad to see that dude go down in flames, man. He had, he was um yeah. And then the next thing he was too available. He was too available. She did not respect the fact that he was available every time she picked up the phone. She picked up the phone and called him. He's right there, waiting for her call. Right? This is y'all young. Y'all don't remember. There was a time. There was BC before cell phones, right? Where you had to be by the phone to get the phone call. Right? He'd be sitting by the phone waiting for her to call. Spend his whole day. He'd get up early, go run out and run his errands real quick so he could come back because he knew he was coming up because she was way advanced, way over his level, meaning the type of woman that probably would be interested in him, at the same time he's interested in her. She's probably not that woman. She was probably because she was used to dating athletes and high rolling type dudes, right? So she said, "Hey, I got my heart broken. I'm gonna switch it up and date this dude." This dude went down in flames. This dude went down in flames. And so I used to hear how he was just not that impressive in the bedroom. And he would always ask, you know, it seems like guys like that, they want some kind of they want some kind of information about how they did, right? And most guys know, man, if you put on a good performance, you don't have to ask nothing, right? Matter of fact, a lot of times somebody's, you see a woman have that look like they just got hit by a bus walk, or they got just got hit by a bus look, or they had it like that look, they're like that, and you go, "You all right? Something wrong with you?" No, they just like in their own little land. Job well done, right? But if you see a woman, okay, I'm going to go cook a 12 course meal. Then I'm going to jog around the block. Then I'm going to change the oil in my car. And then I'm going to. Ouch. Ouch. Yeah, women do have men off the book. So um, she, the guy I'm talking about who was a good dude, she had that dude. He was hardworking brother, good job, good company. Good, he like I said, he worked 15 days on and then 15 days off. So he had like a lot of time on his hands that he was able to, spend with her. He was available, he was nice, he was good, he had money, it was everything. But you know what ended up happening? He was the guy he was the face of the organization. Meanwhile, there was derelicts off the books that was coming through. There was derelicts off the books that was coming through, handling that business. And then finally she just had to tell him, man, hey, uh, you know, she gave him the old, it's not you, it's me. Yeah. Ouch. Ouch. Whenever somebody says it's not you, it's me, what they mean is it's not me, it's you. That's what they mean. It's not me, it's you. But they don't want to hurt your feelings, so they say, it's not you, it's me. I mean, ugly situation, ugly situation. I felt so bad for that brother, man. Anyway, let's move on. Sister Wanda, the penis don't lie, never does, never does, never does. The penis cannot lie. It's the most truthful telling organ on anywhere on the body. Penis does not lie. See, you can tell me, oh, Clarence, I got big like this because I had your babies. I had your babies, and you should respect that. And that should therefore override your need for having me to be in a state where I'm arousing you sexually. You should just be able to just lean on the fact that I did this for you. Yeah, you can rationalize that to me upstairs, but down here, that ain't gonna float. The penis is gonna say, I'm not aroused. I'm not aroused. I am not going to, I'm not going to put myself in the ready position for this situation. So you're going to have to work that out. You're going to have to replay some of your highlights or some of your greatest hits or some prime or something. You're going to have to replay something in your head to make this thing work. Because just looking at this situation, uh-uh, uh-uh, this is beneath me. And you sitting up here going, man, what's going on, man? What's happening? I want to do. No, girl, you understand. I want to do this with you. I want to do this with you. You don't understand, girl. Just give me a minute. I want to do this with you. And in his heart, he might want to. But if the penis ain't aroused, what can you do? What can you do? What can you do? You cannot negotiate with the penis. Hey, penis, this is what I do. If you get in the ready position and stay in the ready position, man, I give you a treat. Penis gonna be like, I'm gonna give you a treat. I'm gonna give you that dopamine you're looking for. You need to handle me. You need to every road leads to me. You need to do what I need to get done. She needs to do what I need this to get done. All roads lead to me giving you that dopamine. Right? So you guys need to put your heads together, figure it out so that I can get in a ready position. Peace. See y'all. Right? Sister Don, Sister Don, Sister Don, you know I'm telling the truth. You know I'm telling Sister Don, you know I'm telling the truth. You know I'm telling the truth. Right? You know this is how I go. Finally somebody's gonna put it out there. I don't have to be vulgar with it, but I definitely can put the truth out there, right? Sister Don. Just Wanna. You're so funny, bro, Clarence. If she's cooking a 4-course meal, doing laundry, and an oil change in the car right after, the sex was a fail. Yeah. 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 See, but that's the thing. There's no handbook out here for guys, right? You gotta kind of stumble and bumble your way into this information, right? Or the other thing is you can have come in contact with an older woman. Now, an older woman will put you up on a lot of game. She will advance your education really quickly, right? Like I always say, older women are the training wheels for sex and relationships, right? They will get you on an advanced course. No, stop doing that. How you doing that? It's not working. Do it this way, right? They'll prep you and get you ready, right? But other than that, if you're dealing with women close to your own age, you're gonna mumble and stumble. You're gonna kind of have to mumble your way, stumble and bumble your way into the knowledge, right? But yeah, you're right, Sister Wana. You don't want to be that. You want to be this dude where when you get done, excuse me, when you get done, you see a woman that has that look like where did I leave my keys? What happened? You want to see him with that look like that, like huh? You like, are you okay? Huh? Yeah. What's wrong? What's the matter with you? Huh? Uh, I don't know. I was just thinking about. See, that's what you want, man. That's stupid, right? Huh? What? I don't. I was just thinking about something. What? What was I thinking about before you said something to me? Right? That's what you want. You don't want this. Woo! Ah! Well, I better get started on my exercises. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Oh, that's right. I gotta cook that meal. Let me go ahead and work this turkey over. Yeah, you don't want that. You don't want that. Right? This is a clear cut. I'm gonna give y'all dudes some real game. This is a clear cut sign that you have not rung the bell. Somebody call. When you ring the bell, this is what happens. Yeah, girl, I'll call you back. Yeah, I'll call you back. Or they just don't answer, right? I'll talk to her later, right? But when you didn't ring the bell, hey, girl, what's going on? Oh, nothing. I ain't doing nothing. I'm just in here chilling. What's happening? What? Really? Yo, you see that right after you done your work? Ouch. Peace to Uncut with Daryl Long. Peace to you, brother. If you haven't already, subscribe to Uncut with Daryl Long. Go over there and subscribe to Uncut with Daryl Long and check him out. Check him out. Yeah, good content subscribe, good content creator. I don't always agree with him, but that's still my brother. Um, let's see, Sister Wanda. Back in the day, a father would take his son to a liaison and experienced woman. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Um, yeah. Um, unfortunately, and in a lot of and Sister Wanda, in a lot of cultures, uh, they won't even let you go see women. There's men that will show you how to properly get to the promised land. There's men that will work on you. Ouch. When I read about that, I was like, holy smokes. I mean, there's places that you take your son to a men, and the men look like women, they're dressed like women, they act like women, but they're men. Holy smokes. Yeah, but yeah, back in the day, they take you to a experienced woman, right? But sometimes, if they have the money or whatever, but it's hard. The best thing, I think the best situation is the older woman situation. Why? Why? Because typically older women, they know where they're at. They're pretty stable. They're pretty solid mentally and emotionally. They just in it for having a good time as well. So they can show you how to do whatever. And it's no robbery. A fair exchange and a robbery, right? The young guy wants the sex, the older woman wants the sex, everybody's happy. Meanwhile, the older woman is, showing you, don't do that way. Don't go in that direction, go in this direction. Don't do this like that, do this like this. And they can put you up on the game. Give your game. They can push your game up a lot of points, right? Remember like the dunk contest where they hold up the tens and the ones and the eights. They can take you from a two. An older woman can take you from a two up to an 8 or a 9, right? Because they can just put the game on you, right? Sister Wanda, you are too funny, brother Clarence. I love you. I love you too. You know that I do. I love all of y'all, man. Yeah, man. But we just gotta tell the truth, Sister Wanda. We gotta tell the truth, man. There's people out here that especially the young men. And men don't understand, man. Bad sex can ruin a marriage. It can ruin a relationship. It can ruin a marriage. It can ruin a relationship, a marriage, whatever. It can ruin it. You can go into a relationship, like I told you about the brother I was talking about. Shout out to that brother, wherever he is today. Um, the brother was perfect. He was a great dude. He was great. Man, when I say great, I mean, when I say good dude, I'm not talking about a good dude like makes mistakes here and there. This dude was mistake free. He was he was a good dude. He was so good of a dude. The father would call this brother if he had an issue with something. Hey man, I don't understand this computer. Can you come over here? And he would call this dude. This dude had carte blanche to the father's house. I mean, sometimes sometimes the chick that I knew would go over to her own father's house, and this dude was there. This dude be there working on something, right? It was an ugly situation, man. It was an ugly situation. But I'm telling you, I remember her complaining about him sexually not being all that powerful. And I said to myself, hey man, I didn't ever give her no advice, but I said, this is a bad situation. I can see it already. It's a bad situation. Brother Tony, wouldn't you know your partner had bad sex way before the marriage? Yes, see, but people lie, Brother Tony. See, this is what y'all don't get about marriage. People lie, especially in marriages, right? Because they got you already signed on the dotted line now. You got too much invested to turn back. See, in a regular relationship, you can just turn around and say, you know what? I ain't with this, man. This ain't working. But in a marriage, right? a woman can especially say, hey, I don't know everything. And so you could teach me. Oh, okay. I'm a teacher. Okay, so she gonna be willing to learn. But she won't learn. She won't learn. And that's the problem. See, for you to be able to teach somebody, you have to be able to teach and they have to be willing to learn. And that is your the both people have to have that high desire for things to change and be willing to do what it needs to do what they need to do to make things change. But see, a lot of times the women are in a position where they're trapped, right? Sometimes a woman has um, sometimes a woman has information, but she got to act like she don't have this information, right? Because if she get up there and I never done this before, right? You're gonna say, "Whoa, wait a minute." It's like a Hoover, it's like a shark vac down there. Wait a minute, hold on. I thought you never done this before. Oh, I haven't. You're pretty good for somebody who just got started. But for a woman, it's going to open up a bunch of questions. Hey, you're too good to just start right away. The way you did that took some practice. I know. Who did you practice that on? Now a woman's got to answer that question. So so to avoid all that, she will a lot of times she'll just not reveal that knowledge. She will not reveal that knowledge. Plus, she's done a lot of that stuff, right? A woman has done that stuff to somebody, and the guy left her. All the guys that she done that to left, right? Guys are gone, right? So she goes, I'm gonna do something different. All that nasty stuff I was doing out there, and all them guys left me. I'm not doing that stuff no more. I'm saved and sanctified now. I'm saved and sanctified. You are? Yeah. Isn't that great? Uh, yeah. Yeah, all that nasty stuff I used to do, and I don't do that no more because I'm serving the Lord now. You are? Yeah. Isn't that great? Uh, yeah. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, but let me give you some good game, Brother Tony. Let me give you some good game. You would want to know if your partner has bad sex, but what you really want to know is, are they teachable or will they listen to you? Because there's some things you're going to want to do before you get married uh, that has something to do with being, opening yourself up to being sexual with this woman on a monogamous basis. You're going to want to know, you're going to want to be able to know that she's with the business on that. And if she's not with the business on that, then you have no choice but to walk away or to put her in a category of uh, fun time person. When you're thinking about being in a long-term relationship with somebody, sex becomes very important. Sex becomes very important, meaning that you got to be on one accord. Okay, we're only going to do it 2 times a week. Okay, cool. We're going to do it at least 2 times a week. If we can sneak anything else in there, cool. But at least 2 times a week, let's shoot for that. Everybody's got to be on the same accord. But if you have a woman that says, "Nah, I don't want to do it," see, women will usually stop having sex when they stop getting aroused. Men too, but men will still have sex. They'll just replay their highlights in their head. But women I don't think are like that, where they have they'll replay their greatest hits and be moist enough for the situation. So you got to know all this stuff before you go in, Brother Tony. If you talk about marrying somebody, that's a serious situation, man. So consider all of that before you marry somebody. Okay. All right, Sister Juana. That's what I mean by experienced woman. She's older. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I think that's the best situation for people not to have their feelings too hurt. Well, maybe sometimes guys, they get into a point where they say, "Hey, I'm going to like a guy like that guy I was talking to you about. He was the type of guy that would say, well, since we having all this sex, then I guess I got to marry this woman. He was that type of dude, the do the right thing type of guy, right? So, um, so every now and then guys get caught up like that. But typically, older women, hey, I'm just in it to have a good time. I don't want no pressure. I raised my children. I had, men all around. I had a man that was, in my life and all over me. I don't want that. I just want to be able to pick up the phone, call you. If you're available, you're available. If not, cool. You know what I mean? And the guy is the same way. Hey, I'm in school. I'm trying to get my career going. Cool. We can hook up. We can hook up. Cool. Right. I think the older woman, younger man thing is no sex, no harm, no foul. And it doesn't really translate over to men. The older man, younger women don't really, that doesn't really translate to women like that. Where you as a man, older man are just gonna put training wheels on a woman. That doesn't translate. It doesn't translate the same. Younger women are typically, well, let me just talk about the sisterhood. Black women usually, and when they're young, because of the media, the climate, they are looking to really just control a situation and be able to pretty much brag about being able to control the men that's coming around them. Right? They don't really get serious about relationships till about 28, 29. Right? Now they start seeing out the corner of their eye the wall is coming, right? Starting to get that those little lines under the eyes, right? Because hey, you taking care of babies now, right? Got these babies, and you starting to realize I thought these men that was trying to have sex with me were actually marriage proposals. No, 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 no. I got it twisted. Now I gotta change my game to get somebody who's really serious and interested in me, right? But they usually play that game out until about maybe 28, 29, 30 even, right? Before they get serious and say, hey, because they don't realize the competition is so high out there for men. Hold tight, y'all. Hold tight. All right, y'all. Y'all have to give me like 10 minutes. I got uh I got a client that needs me to do something for him real quick. So I would appreciate y'all if y'all give me 10 minutes. I'll be right back. Can y'all hear me? Testing, testing, testing. Can y'all hear me? Give me a one if you can hear me. Give me a one if you can hear me. Give me a one in the chat. Oh, I got my headphones, dummy. You got your headphones right here. Okay. All right. Let's see. Testing, testing, testing. Thank you, Sister Don. Okay. Y'all give me 1 second. I got a client that's here. Um, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna be right back. Y'all give me about 10 minutes. All right. It just started getting good, Brother Marcus, huh? I'm like, man, you know what? Sometimes I have clients come on Sundays, man, and they'll knock on my door, and I leave a note out there, say, hey, just call me if the door is closed and I'm on the air. Call me. I'll still get, yeah, I really need to see you. Okay. Sister Wanda, I see you in 10 minutes. Cool. Or Marcus, E Black was cracking. Yeah, man. E Black ain't no joke. Go over there and check him out, man. He ain't no joke. He ain't no joke. No volume. I realized that, Brother Marcus, after a while. Brother Jay, we can't hear you. I got it. I got it. I got it after a while, y'all. Because I was like, man, what's going on? All right. Sister Wanda, this is a really good show today. Give it up to Brother Clarence. Like. Okay, let's finish. I ain't done yet, Sister Wanda. Hold on. I ain't done yet. I ain't done yet. Right? We're just talking about how how women and men, you know, you can get into a relationship where the sex is not all that good, but everything else is. Remember, I told you guys about oh boy, right? The girl I knew, she was dating this dude. He had a couple different things, man, but as far as being a good person and being a good dude, he was an excellent boyfriend. He was an excellent guy. He was a good dude. He was everything, and he was black. He was black. I know that throws some of y'all off too. He was black, man. Good dude, man. Good dude. But like I said, he was shorter than her. I don't think she liked that too much. He was shorter. His sex game was not at the level that his sex game did not meet her standards. And that's that's a problem if you're going to date women that have had a lot of experience. They're going to have high standards most of the time, and you may not meet those standards, right? Either with your equipment, or either with your stamina, or either with your delivery, or either with your technique. You might not meet the standard. The standard might be, you know, you imagine yourself as a 22-year-old girl, fellas. You're a 22-year-old girl, and you're getting pummeled by college athletes who can run until from now until, you know, doomsday, right? You're getting pummeled. Here you come at 28 or 29. You ain't no college athlete. This dude was no college athlete. He was a regular dude, man. He was just a regular guy. You know what I'm saying? He was the type of guy, if you walked into a bar and he was sitting there drinking a beer, you'd have a conversation with the dude because he was just a regular cat, right? You just start up a conversation with that dude, right? Good dude. Good. Like I said, her father, when they used to have barbecues, her father would let him cook the meat. He would give him the spatula, give him the tongs. You guys still can't hear me? You guys should be able to hear me now, right? No? I can hear myself. Okay. Can you guys hear me now? Somebody give me a 1 if you can hear me. Because I think I can hear myself. And I want to turn on another computer if I can, so I can hear. Let's go, bro, Clarence. Okay, good. Okay. That confused me, that little thing. Okay, cool. I thought so too, y'all. So what do you do, man? What do you do? What's the issue? Okay, let's say you as a man, you have an issue with the female, right? And the sex is not good. Now, let's ask the question. Let's ask a real question. What is typically the reason why sex is no good when you're as a man having sex with women, the sex is no good? What is typically the reason? What's typically the reason? Is it because she's inexperienced? Hardly. 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 I don't think there's too many inexperienced women running around out here today. It hardly has anything to do with that. What is it? What is it? Is it you? Is it you as a man? You got high expectations, right? Your expectations are too high, right? See, sometimes we as men are fixated on a certain thing about a woman, a certain thing about a woman that promotes femininity to us, right? Some of us are fixated on hair. Some of us are fixated on eyelashes. Some of us are fixated on skin tone. Some of us are fixated on waistline. Some of us are fixated on breast size. Some of us are fixated on derriere size. Some of us are fixated on certain things. A good manicure, right? Some of us are fixated on whatever we're fixated on. What are we fixated on, right? So because we're fixated on these things, and that particular issue is not um, up to code, that may turn us off as men, right? That may diminish her sexual market value to us as the person in the driver's seat of the situation at the time. That may turn her off to us. And because when we got with her, she took care of this issue. Her hair was always on point. Her nails were always on point. Her skin was always on point. Her clothes was always on point. Now that I'm in there, now that I'm there, I signed on a dotted line. Let's say you got married. You signed on a dotted line. Now what? Let's say she pumped out maybe a child or two. Does she have time to go? Does she have time to go to the gym and drop that extra 40 pounds, 40, 50 pounds? No, she's chasing two babies around the house all the time, right? Oh, I'm gonna get you the Stairmaster. I'm gonna get you the what's the thing you can walk on, right? I'm gonna get you one of those. So you ain't got no excuse. You can do it right there at home. Man, let me see you chase two babies around for a week. You're gonna be too tired. Most of y'all gonna be too tired to be getting on the Stairmaster, right? Sister Wana, that's the problem with women having too much sex too early. She's always comparing. Comparison is the thief of joy. Yes. And it robs comparisons rob the new man on the job of the virgin experience. See, you as a woman, you can still give a man the virgin experience if you know how. That's why I always tell women, man, when you get into a serious relationship with a man, go and get a cleanse. Go get a cleanse. You need to clean out every other man. See, that is psychologically saying to a man, I'm preparing myself to accept just you. I'm willing to do away with whatever was here in the past. I'm willing to do away with that. But women don't listen to me. Who listens to Brother Clarence? Who listens to Brother Clarence? Brother Clarence is outrageous. I'm like that. Like, what's the lawyer on Seinfeld? The black lawyer? Outrageous, preposterous. Jackie Childs, yeah, Jackie Childs. Outrageous, preposterous. You know what I mean? But no, nobody never gonna say I'm lying. Nobody never say I'm lying. But how can you put the virgin experience back into the woman? You put the virgin experience back into the woman by giving her a cleanse. But women don't want to hear that, right? Women don't want to hear. Brother Marcus, if she's dirty, she got to go. Brother, define dirty for me. What's dirty? How many partners is dirty? 2, 5, 10, 20, 40? How many partners is Brother Marcus? How many partners is dirty? Let's get a definition for that, and I'll answer that question. Sister Wana, If she's dry, she don't like you, and like that, and yes, you both should go. Well, if she's dry, like I said before, I didn't say it, but I might as well say it up front now. The vagina is also not to be negotiated with. The vagina is not to be negotiated with. I mean, either the woman is turned on by you, aroused by you, or not. And you can negotiate with the person upstairs. You can negotiate with this part of the person, right? You can go to them and say, "Hey, I just ain't got time. I got this daddy role here because I just ain't got time to go to the gym no more. I know I used to go to the gym all the time, and I used to brush my teeth every day, and I used to wash my face every day. But I got a hard job. I can't do that no more." And the woman's like, "Oh, okay, I understand, but you can't create that moistness, right? That moisture." But there's other ways you can do that. But because sometimes it's not just that. Sometimes it's just people are just up in age, man, and they need a little assistance to create that environment. But a lot of these young guys don't even know about that. All right, Brother Marcus. No, some women have a issue and have KY jelly in bed. That's not the man's problem, brother. It's gonna be your problem soon. If she's using KY all the time, it's gonna be your problem real soon. Plus, KY is real sticky. I don't like that. But hey, man, some people can use that. It's man, it's. I guess it works for some people, but I'm not a KY. I'm not a KY man. I'm more of a I'm more of a type of person where I'm going to try and see what the issue is, and if it's just an issue, because sometimes women are just tired. Sometimes they're tired. They work hard. I work a lot of day, especially if they're up in the age, above 40, above 45. Sometimes it's just being tired. You know what I mean? And so sometimes they need a little encouragement and a positive encouragement. So you got to know how to do all that stuff. But yeah, man, I wouldn't if a woman has to use lubricant a lot. That's something you should keep your eye on, because there's somebody out there she don't have to use that lubricant for. Right? There's somebody out there that she don't have to use that lubricant for, and you want to know what's going on with that guy, so that you can get it right, right? But this is not something she's gonna tell you, so you have to piece it together. You have to be like women. Women are like detectives. They will make you confess to the scene of the crime, right? Oh, you can tell me. Don't worry. You can tell me. Nothing's gonna happen. I love you. We're gonna stay together. Hey, we're gonna do. Just tell me. Just tell me what her name is. Just tell me when the last time you guys had sex. Just tell me. Oh, don't worry. I'm gonna be here. I'm gonna be. No, we're gonna be this together. I love you. We're gonna be this together. Just tell me. Just tell me what her name is. Just tell me. I know you did it. Just tell me. Just tell me. Just tell me. Uh, Marlene, and in the back of your car. See, I knew you did. I knew you did it. I'm out. I already got my bags packed. They're in the car now. Fool. Right? Women are detectives, man. But we got to start being detectives, man. We got to start saying, okay, how can I piece this thing together? If I have a problem, if I have an issue here, is she most likely trying to? What's the odds of her giving me the game book? Most women ain't gonna give you their playbook. They expect you to have some kind of crystal ball and figure out their playbook, right? They want to see how hard you're willing to work to get them to the promised land, right? Remember I told you, what's the promised land, right? That look like, hey, everything okay? Huh? Yeah, yeah. I was just thinking about something. Yeah, that's what you want, right? You don't want. Are you all done? Are you all done? Okay, cool. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. I was waiting to do my exercises. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right? You don't want that. That is a bad sign. Ah, that is a bad sign. Brother Marcus, laugh out loud. I don't fool with women who need KY jelly shaking my head. That's a good way to roll, Brother Marcus. That's a good way to roll, man. You know what I mean? Every once in a while, it's cool, you know what I'm saying, depending on your flavor, right? I'm not a KY person, man. I don't like all that stickiness all over everything. That's me. But some people like KY, right? Brother Jay, explain KY. KY is a lubricant, brother, for when a woman is not fully able to create the moisture needed to allow copulation to occur without a lot of resistance, without maximum friction, right? You want some friction, but not skin on skin friction, right? So the KY is the lubricant. You can buy it at the drugstore, you can buy it wherever, and you can use that to create the to substitute for the moisture until like you get the motor running, right? And some people use it. I'm not a KY guy. I don't like it. I don't like it. For me, it's too sticky. But you know, some of you guys like to have food in the bed and all that. I'm just not like that. Sister Wanda, thank you, brother Clarence. The vagina doesn't negotiate. It's if it's not into you, it will dry up. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So I should thank you, Sister Wanda. I should have mentioned that when I was talking about the penis, but we were just talking about the penis at that time. But yeah, the vagina is the same way. There's no negotiating. There's nothing happening. There's nothing like that. Like I told you about that dude, man. He was a good dude. He was the best. He was a good dude. He just could not overcome this other situation. He could not overcome the situation, man. It was just, and eventually, it was like the Sahara Desert down there, I guess, for her. And she felt like, hey, I'm just, why am I doing this to this man? This man could be out really being with some woman that really wants a man like this, and I'm wasting his time with me. And I know I don't want to be with him. And I know it's not going anywhere because of the sexual experience. That was the number one thing that was the issue. Outside of him being short, outside of him being a good dude, he was really too good. He was really too good. She was used to dudes that were running through her like the Holland Tunnel, right? That's what she was used to. But so here she got a good dude, right? She said, I'm gonna do a 180. I'm always dating these dogs. I'm gonna date a good dude. Met this dude at the church, right? The pastor co-signed this dude. The deacons co-signed this dude. The motherboard co-signed this dude. Moms co-signing. Pops co-signing. Anybody who was anybody co-signed this dude. And I have to admit, I knew that he was a good dude, but I knew he was gonna go down in flames. I knew he was. I could tell he was. Because once she started saying, "Man, it's not going the way it's not going the way that it should be going," I knew she had a standard. She had a standard by which these other dudes have been plowing her into China, and this dude wasn't doing that. And then he was always asking, "Well, what did you think about that? What did you think about that?" Let me tell you something. Let me tell you, brother, something. When you put you put on a good performance, they just start throwing roses up on the stage. You know what I'm saying? The actors don't have to come out there and say, "How did we do?" Right? You go see a play. We went to. I took my oldest son, and I think my youngest son. I mean, my oldest son and my middle boy. I don't think my youngest son hadn't been born yet. I took my oldest and my middle boy to the Lion King years ago, right? After the performance, they come out, they open the stage back up, man. People just start throwing roses and everything up there, right? They don't have to go, "Hey, how you guys think we did?" Right? Same thing with women. You don't have to go, "Hey, what do you think? What was it?" You don't have to. All you have to do is look for that hit by a bus look, and just start talking to them. "Hey, Are you okay? Huh? Are you okay? Huh? What? Yeah. Are you okay? Oh, yeah. Uh, just give me a minute. I'm trying to think about something. That's what you want. That just got hit by a bus response. Like what? You, huh? That confusion, right? That's what you want. That's what you want. But you don't want this. As soon as you get done, are you done? Are you done? Cool. All right, I'm gonna go run. I'm gonna jog around the block. I'll be back. Then I'm gonna I'm gonna make that 12-course meal. Put that in the oven. Prepare that, and then I'm gonna wash all of our clothes. And then after that, here's the kicker. Here's the kicker, fellas. I'm gonna go to the gym. If your woman goes to the gym after you got down with her, yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. That is not a good sign, bro. That is not a good sign. uh, because there are guys out there that can see that woman is not sexually being satisfied. There are guys out there that can see that and can prey on that energy. Whoop, what you talking about, brother Clarence? What you talking about, man? I know my woman. My woman would never do nothing like that. Uh-huh. 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 I got you. I got you. No, I'm serious, man. My woman would never do nothing like that. My woman, she said, what is that movie? What's that movie with Morris Chestnut? And he was gonna marry that sister, and he finds out later that Tay Diggs actually hit her in college, and he was so hurt by that. He was so hurt by that, even though it was years ago. He was so hurt by that, right? Because he was bragging. Oh yeah, nobody can break the spell I got on her, right? Why? Because her vagina curves to my penis. Oh, I'm the only one that can ring the bell. Uh huh. uh huh. Uh huh. Many have gone down in flames with that mentality. That's why I always say you have to check in. You have to check in. You have to constantly check in. I don't mean you got to be like, hey, how was the sex? How was the sex? How was the sex? Yeah, you can ask every now and then. You just can't be like that every time. What you need is a way to be able to tell what's going on so you can know. You can send her out the house. Let me tell you something, man. When you put a good pounding on somebody, you can send them out of the house, right? You can send them right on out of the. Hey, baby, guess what? Our neighbors, Morris Chestnut and Shamor Mar, they need you to stop by and drop some eggs off over there. She'd be like, who? Who? What? Yeah, okay, cool, whatever. And then when she go over there, she drop the eggs off. They'd be like, hey, girl, you look good. She'd be like, here's your eggs. Here's your eggs. Don't even, here's your eggs. Please, just, I can't even talk right now. Just leave me alone. That's how you want to send her out the house, like that. Same thing for you, women. You want to send the dude out the house on empty. Dangerous to send. Let me tell you the 3 things you do not want to send your going on all at the same time. You want to send your man out the house. You don't want to send him out of the house with a pocket full of money, unsatisfied sexually, and a whole bunch of free time on his hands. You got to save him from himself. Empty those testicles. Keep those testicles empty. You got to save this man from himself. A man with a lot of money in his pocket, a lot of time on his hands, and unsatisfied sexually, that is a disaster waiting to happen. That's like being asleep at the wheel of the Titanic. Eventually, you're gonna hit something, right? All right, let's move on. Brother Clarence, you talking crazy. I know. But I know y'all get a kick out of me telling the truth. Sister Enya, wow, great explanation, Brother Clarence. I'm trying, Sister Enya. I'm trying. I'm trying to give y'all young sisters the game. You and Sister Wanda trying to get some of this game. We're trying to give y'all the game. Sister Wanda, the Holland Tunnel. The Holland Tunnel. A lot of people been through the Holland Tunnel, Sister Wanda. A lot of people been through there. Some of the some of your homegirls out here have had just that many people running through them, and it's a sticky situation, right? But I say, but see, in the manosphere they judge them. And they say, hey, throw them away. Just throw this person away. I say no, don't throw them away yet. Ask them to get a full body cellular cleanse. If they're willing to get a full body cellular cleanse to rejuvenate their virginity, then you might got something working there. You can rejuvenate your virginity, right? Sister Don, you know I'm telling the truth, Sister Don. Some of your homegirls out there, man, they don't even stop to take tickets. They just come on, next, right? That's why when we were talking to Brother Tony this morning, earlier, we said, hey, better watch all that extra action, because, you know what I mean? It's a dangerous game out here. You know what I'm saying? It's a dangerous game out here. Sister Annie, the Best Man movie. The Best Man. Thank you, Sister Annie. The Best Man. That's the movie. There you go. Right? He thought he had it all right. Oh, yeah, man, my woman would never do nothing like that to me because I'm the man, right? He was the man in college. He was the man in the pros. He was the man, right? And finally, when he got tired of, going all over the place and sticking and moving, he decided to marry this chick, right? Right? So he felt like, hey, she was just sitting there in the wings, not twiddling her thumbs, waiting on him. Oh no, not today's woman. Today's woman ain't twiddling her fingers. She don't even know how to twiddle her fingers. She don't know how to twiddle her thumbs no more. Today's woman is gonna get busy, right? She gonna get busy. This is Don. It's the truth. Yeah, man. Sister Don, some of your homegirls out here, man, they are, man, on it. Like a horn. They running men like a business. They running men like a business out here. And it ain't no joke. And if you get caught up, you get caught up. Brother Marcus, I'm handsome, in great shape, intelligent, make good money, and I'm well endowed. That don't mean nothing, Brother Marcus. If you don't know how to move, stick and move, you don't have good technique, and you're not able to capture the mental piece to the game. Yeah, this will work with you, especially with young chicks. This will work for you. But as a woman gets older, man, that ain't necessarily gonna be the case no more, man. She's gonna need more from you than just, you know. But that's a great start, brother. I'm not gonna tell you that's not a great start. This is a great start. Handsome, in shape, intelligent, make good money, and well endowed. Yes. Just don't be no pushover. Don't be a pushover. The brother I was telling y'all about, he was a pushover, man. I mean, he was literally sit by the phone and wait for old girl to call him to put him on to put him on something. Like I said, he used to work for this dog food company, man. So he worked 15 days on and 15 days off. So he worked 15 days straight, and he had 15 days off straight. So he had a lot of time. And he would just be, whenever she picked up the phone, one ring, bang, he's right there. Bang. Hello? Yeah. Hi. What? You need me to come do what? Oh, you hungry? I'll be right there. What? You got a flat tire? I'll be right there. What? You can't find your cat? I'll be right there. I mean, everything. He was just right there. Every call. She and so she would always call him and say, hey, can you bring me something to eat? Because she was going to the local college. What? You hungry? What? Why you didn't call me earlier? I would have prepared a whole 10-course meal for you. By the way, the brother was a good cook, excellent cook, excellent cook, excellent cook. I don't know where this brother learned how to cook, man. He could cook like full course meals, man. This dude was an excellent cook, excellent cook. Good, just a good dude, man. Just all around good dude. Shout out to that dude, man. He's a good dude. Yeah, but brother Marcus, stay on top of things, man, because this ain't always gonna work for you, brother. Stay on top of this thing. I don't care how how handsome you are, how good a shape you in, intelligent, making good money, and you got the wheelbarrow. Hey, man, hey, I understand, brother, but you know what? Don't just lean on that stuff. You still have to always check in, brother, because there's always somebody more handsome. There's always somebody in better shape. There's always somebody more intelligent. There's always somebody making more money. And there's always somebody with a bigger wheelbarrow, right? In a wheelbarrow, your stuff is so big, you got to put it in a wheelbarrow, right? And walk down the street with it with a wheelbarrow. Okay. There's always somebody out there with a bigger wheelbarrow, brother. So don't just rest on that. Those are good starts. But you got to know how to you got to know how to deal with the sky, with the battle in the sky. The battle in the sky is in the head, brother. That's in the head, and you're always going to have to be reevaluating your position in this woman's head, right? You're only as good as your last time at bat, brother. You're only as good as your last time at bat. And if you went up to bat and everything's all good, that's cool. But the time you fall off, have you done enough work where she's got highlights and she can swim in so many of your highlights? She don't have to think. Say something break down. You hurt your leg for 6 months. You inactive for 6 months. You have enough highlights where she can. Hey, this brother got so many highlights. I don't need to go do nothing else. Or she said he got a wheelbarrow, but he don't know how to use it. That happens too. So just stay on top of your game, brother Marcus. But that's a good start, brother. That's a good start. Brother Tony, she was effing with the writer. Who was effing with the writer? Oh yeah. In the movie, right? In the movie. Yeah. But it happened in college. But the point was the guy was so confident. He was so like, I'm putting it down. Why would she ever go anywhere else? Sometimes it don't matter how good you're putting it down. Sometimes it just don't matter. It don't matter, man. Sometimes somebody they can because the way you're treating them externally, they can develop and a resentment can build, right? A resentment can build that will open their mind to having being validated by other people. You understand what I'm saying, brother? Sometimes if you're treating a woman, you can treat a woman, you can be like, hey, I'm making all this money. Like Kevin Samuels say, I'm going to be a high value man. If I'm a high value man, then I deserve to cheat, right? But like I said, all that cheating, what that eventually does, it builds up a resentment in the woman where the woman, her mind gets more and more open to validation from other men to weigh against, because in her heart she feel like, you know what, I know there's a type of man out there that will validate me the way I want to be validated. And so by your cheating and she know that you cheating, you opening up the door in their head to say, if he can go out there and get validated, why can't I go out there and get validated? So we can still have sex together, but I can go out there and get validated. And of course the man is going to be like, what? How can you cheat on me? I'm paying all your bills. I'm letting you drive this big Mercedes. I'm doing all this. How could you cheat on me? And she go, well, you cheating on me? Yeah, but I'm the high value man. I'm the high value man. You know what kills me? Y'all take marriage advice from people that don't even have they don't even have a marriage under their belt, a functioning marriage under their belt. But people take marriage advice from them. Holy smokes. I mean, it's good to give you a little piece here and there, but you go into a person that can't show you that they can do what they're telling you to go do. I don't know, man. Maybe it's a situation. All right, Brother Jay, Tay Diggs, best man. Yeah. They told me what's going on, Brother Jay. Brother Marcus, laugh out loud. Trust me, Brother Clarence. They love me. I know they do, brother. I know they do now. I know they do now. But trust me, brother, the record gets to skipping and slowing down on all of us sooner or later, brother. And what you want to do right now, while you out there now, brother, if you have, it's not that important if you're just hitting and running. But when you want to get serious with somebody, you got to give them a lot of highlights, brother. You got to give them a lot of highlights. And once you get them a lot of highlights, just in case something happened, man, when you have to go off the grid for a minute, they will be able to hold their peace because it's not like, oh well, I can just this dude is his system is replaceable, right? You don't want that, right? Brother Marcus, oh hell no, alpha males ain't waiting by the phone. No, they're not. They're not. And the dude was I wouldn't call him an alpha male. He was more of he was definitely a beta male type mentality. But he just did what he thought a good dude would do. You know what I mean? I'm gonna tell you what he is. You guys watch MTR mediocre tutorial and reviews website. He talks about the supervillain, how guys get turned into supervillains. This dude was like a step before getting turned into a supervillain. I'm sure after this situation would happen with him with this chick, he was like, I'm gonna be a supervillain. Why should I be a good dude? Right? The origin of the supervillain. This dude, man, I'm telling you, man, he was doing everything right. Everything right. He'd be sitting by the phone. Everything right. I told you this. Her father let him turn the meat on the grill. Her father let him turn the meat on the grill. That just don't happen in black households. That don't happen. The father does not turn over the spatula to nobody. Nobody. Not his grill that he paid all that money for. He was out there putting it together. No. He don't turn that over to nobody. You got to be somebody for him to hand you that spatula, for him to hand you those tongs. He even catch you by that meat, you in trouble. Just to go over there and turn the meat. He would make sides and bring them over there. He was a very good cook. I don't know where he learned how to cook like that, but he was a very good cook. Sister Wanda, like a business, Sister Wanda. Some of your homegirls are out here running men like a business. Like a business. Hey, if you can't bring no profit to the company, I don't want to have you around. Right? And it used to be men doing that, right? It used to be men thought like that. Now women think like that, right? Unfortunately, the clock is ticking on the women. Unfortunately. Sister Wanda, wheelbarrow, a barrel, not wheelbarrow, wheelbarrow. You know what I mean? You ever seen a wheelbarrow where you in the garden and you can put like you can put fertilizer, you put it in the wheelbarrow, it's got that one wheel in the middle and the front and the two wheels, well, actually no other wheels on the side. You just got those pegs on the sides and you roll it, you know what I'm saying? You can roll it through the yard. It's got that one big wheel in the front, right? So Brother Marcus said he got that wheelbarrow, right? He got that penis so big, you need a wheelbarrow to walk down the street, right? Put it on a wheelbarrow and you walk down the street, right? But that don't mean they're going to stay around, right? Look at Morris Chestnut. Look at Wesley Snipes. That don't mean they're going to stay around because you're walking around with a wheelbarrow, right? Not wheelbarrow, wheelbarrow. A barrel, like a barrel, wheelbarrow with an L, Sister Wanda. Mr. Rucker, the best marriage advice is a prenup. You can't prenup sex, brother. You just can't do it. Only thing you can prenup is assets. You can't prenup sex, brother. But nice try, Mr. Rucker. Nice try. Nice try. Brother Marcus, where I wanna. Okay, it's for Sister Wanna. Brother Tony, the females have too far of a reach now due to the internet. Yeah, man, social media, right? So what females used to have to do to get to be validated in society, to get validation, what they had to do is actually get into relationships, get into conjugal relationships, right? That's what they had to do. Now they don't have to do that because of the internet. Now they can get in non-sexual relationships and get the same validation they were getting from sexual relationships, come from conjugal relationships. They can get the same validation or more. Hey, beautiful. Right? Hey, let me get this phone up. Hey, beautiful. Hey, beautiful. Hey, beautiful. She get about 30, 40 hey, beautifuls every morning. I just sent you a coffee. I just sent you a Starbucks. I just sent you, a rose. I just sent you this. I just sent you that. I just sent you a cash app. Go get your hair done. Go get your nails done. How long does that have to happen before they say, you know what? I don't need no man in my house. I don't need no man telling me what to do. I don't need no man telling me what to do. I got simps out here giving me money for nothing. For nothing. All I got to do is turn my camera on, and these simps are giving me money. Quiet, Brother Clarence. Brother Clarence, you're going to ruin the game. We out here getting paid. What are you doing? If you wake these dudes up, then they're going to stop. You're going to turn the funnel off for us. Well, I ain't trying to turn your funnel off, but I'm just saying, I'm trying to get men to make better decisions. And if that turns your funnel off, then I apologize, yeah. Hey, sorry, what can I say? Brother Tony, laugh out loud, true that. Yeah, man. You don't need no man no more. You don't need no husband. A husband showed that you were, as a woman, you were 100% validated, right? You were somebody's wife, right? You were making all the right moves. You were somebody's wife. You were somebody's mom. You were making all the right moves. Now, man, a woman don't have to do none of that now. They can go right on Instagram, man, and they can get followers, and they can, like I said, they wake up in the morning, 40 messages from Instagram. Hey, beautiful. Good morning, beautiful. Hey, here's $5 for coffee. Here's $10 on the super chat. Here's I put some money in your cash app. Go get your hair done. Go get some shoes. Go to the Gucci store. I want to see how you're gonna look in that Gucci outfit. Go buy it. They don't even have to prep you. They used to have to prep you. Oh, I wish it sure would be nice if I had that Gucci outfit. I just ain't had time to go over there and get it. One of the simps will send her the money to go buy it, right? They don't have to do that no more, man. The simps competing. They're competing for the bottom of the rail. The guys at the top, they're not buying nothing. She's calling them. She's calling those guys, come over. Hey, it's 11 o'clock at night. You know, like Brother Marcus said. Brother Marcus said he's a proven commodity, right? That's what they call it at 11 o'clock at night. They call proven commodities. Brother Marcus, how you doing? What you doing? You hungry? I'll make you something. Come on over. Girl, it's 11 o'clock. But I know it's late, but I just haven't seen you in so long. I just want to see you. Right? You ever got that call? Let me tell you something, gentlemen. If you're not getting that call, you're not on the hit list. You are not a proven commodity. They're going to call it a proven commodity. Hey, like Kevin Samuel said, what's up, big head? Right? They're gonna reach out to proven commodities. Man, y'all don't want to listen to me. Y'all don't want to listen to me, bro. I'm going way over everybody's head, right? Brother Marcus, Tom Brady and the Bucks getting destroyed by the Rams. Yes, yes. Do it to him, fellas. Do it to him. Do it to him. I'm sitting out here. I'm I'm not even 15 minutes away, Brother Marcus. I'm 10 minutes away from SoFi Stadium. I'm 10 minutes away. I could walk over there if I want to. Well, not walk, but I could definitely ride my bike over there for sure. Thanks for the update, Brother Marcus. But Tony, but if you show them something different, that stands out even amongst all the extra dudes. It might change her world. Yes, yes. But see, people think, you know what, Brother Tony? They think it's the wheelbarrow, and the wheelbarrow helps. I'm not gonna say the wheelbarrow doesn't help. The wheelbarrow helps. You know what I'm saying? The right equipment helps. But the thing about it is, man, when you can take up space in a woman's mind, and you can arouse her from, you can arouse her without having to get naked or anything like that. That's better. You stand a better chance of not having these bad sexual experiences, because a lot of women won't let you, especially you guys that are single out here, and it's your first run, and you have a bad sex report. You know what I'm saying, you done. A lot of these women won't let you get back up in the stirrups, right? They'll be like, no, it's okay. Oh no, it's all right. It's okay. It's all right. Hey, and then they just trying to sweep you out the house. Once they get you out the house, you start calling them and you can't get them no more, right? Then you leave them one of them dumb messages. Yeah, hi, it's Clarence. Yeah, I haven't talked to you in 3 weeks. I don't know, maybe you've been working a lot and everything, so can you call me back when when you get ready? And so I think I want to talk. I mean, oh, we could just eat dinner or something. We could go and get something to eat. I mean, yeah, okay, so just call me back, whenever you get this message. Yeah, thanks. You look like a goddamn idiot, right? And this girl ain't never gonna call you back. That girl ain't never gonna call you back, right? But you don't realize it, right? Some stuff we got to go through, fellas. Some stuff we got to go through, man. Nobody can talk us through it. We got to go through it. Brother Marcus, yep, yeah, yeah. Go Rams, right? Brother Tony, she gonna think, why didn't all of these other dudes put me up on the game? Because they was too scared to lose access to her vagina, right? Sometimes you're having sex with somebody and they are substandard. I'm talking about you as a man, you're having substandard sex with a woman, a female. She's lagging way behind. You like, what is going on? You look good, but your skill level is booty, right? Because sometimes when women look that good, they don't have to have a high skill level, right? They don't have to. Dudes are gonna be on them anyway, right? So they don't have no reason to bump up their skills. And dudes don't ever tell them that their skills are lagging. Right? It's always another simp waiting like we used to have a ride out here. We used to have a place you could go out here in Long Beach called Pikes Peak, right? They always had these rides that looked like they was gonna break down or fall off or fall over. But guess what? It would be a long line of people trying to get on the ride, right? Blacks, whites, and Mexicans and everybody else standing in line like idiots trying to get on these death traps. They finally had to tear that mess down out here in Long Beach, right? But everybody wanted to go to Pikes Peak to ride the roller coasters and everything. Them roller coasters looked like they was like soup cans on a rail. They were old, they was rickety, they was rusty. I mean, everybody was lining up to get on them death traps, right? But just like that, that's how women are, man. It's like, especially more attractive women. A lot of these men are sitting up there trying to get, trying to get on the, trying to get a ride. They're trying to get a ride. So does this woman ever have to improve her skill level? No, you have to improve your skill level. Why? Because you finally figured out, hey, why am I getting ghosted all the time? Then you run into an older woman that said, no, baby, you're doing that all wrong. You're doing this all wrong. Let me start you from the beginning. Let me show you how to get this done the right way. Then you realize, oh, no wonder nobody ain't been calling me back. No wonder I ain't been going on no second dates. right? Yeah, but dudes ain't putting, brother Tony, dudes ain't putting women on the game because they don't want to lose access to the box. That's the reality of that situation. Sister Wanda, that's right. Good sex is a mental game. It is a mental game. That's the battle in the sky. You have to overtake her mentally. You have to overtake her mentally. I don't care what you coming with, man. If you don't overtake this girl mentally, yeah, you could have some fun with her, but she's just gonna leave you and go have some fun with somebody. I mean, she's just gonna be a free agent out there, right? And if you cool with that, you know what I'm saying? If you just hitting and running, yeah, then everybody's a free agent out there. But if you want a real serious relationship with somebody, my suggestion to you is to get in good mentally. Make sure you're on the same page mentally, because if you don't do that, you can get married, you can get that piece of paper, you can stand before God or whoever, or the chapel or the priest or whoever. Doesn't matter who you stand in front of. Eventually, if you leave a person sexually unsatisfied long enough and they have opportunity, they have big chunks of unaccounted for time, it's a disaster waiting to happen. It's a disaster waiting to happen. It's a disaster waiting to happen. Brother Tony, I learned females will stay around if she sees other girls calling you on her time. Younger ones will. Younger ones will. Older ones are a little bit like that. But a real woman that wants you, she won't care if it's 10 women coming after you on one or none. When when her mental state connect with you, with your mental, and she see you as a person um, to be respected, and that you are going to honor her and respect her, and the sex is good and everything is good as far as she can see, she's going to say to herself, why am I going to let this man go out into the open market? I need to get him off the open market as soon as possible, right? You know what I mean? So yeah, they can see other women cause they see you in demand, yeah, but that's not what's gonna keep them around, brother. What's gonna keep them around is once you conquer their mind, and you don't never let them think that um you never let a woman think that you're gonna be sitting right by the phone, or you know you're too afraid to let her go if she does a deal breaker for you. When she feels that she's above reproof, now you got a serious problem on your hands. You got a serious problem on your hands. Females don't want what other girls don't. Yeah, sometimes. But you got females, man, that got good vision, man. They can see that fact that you a diamond in the rough. You know what I'm saying? They can see diamonds in the rough, and so they'll be willing to work with you because they can see that, hey, you got the kind of chemistry that they can work with, and they see you as a person that can be directing traffic and be the boss over a bunch of people. They see that in you. Some women can, but the average women out here, especially the younger ones, they don't see that stuff, man, because they too busy out here playing games. And especially I feel sorry for the black ones, man, because a lot of our young black sisters, man, instead of being out here um, preparing themselves to be wives, they don't have no clue what they're supposed to do. And then when they do become a wife, they have no idea what they're supposed to be doing. No idea, right? They go into marriages thinking that everything, once they get married, they're not going to have no problems. Everything's going to be great. You really think you're going to be with somebody for 10, 15, 20 years, and the person you with is not going to make a mistake? They're not going to fumble the ball every now and then? Come on, man. Come on. But see, they ain't telling you that, man. All of these people giving you this marriage advice tell you, go get married. Everything's going to work out. Sometimes it don't work out. So you need to be prepared. You need to be prepared. That's why you need to talk to me, man. You need to go to my other webpage. Go to my other page, the Pre-Marriage Mentor. Go over there, and I got some videos for you that can help you, man. If you're really looking to have a serious relationship. Uh, Women really follow the masses or what's popular. The younger ones do. The one with not good vision do. See, there's a few females out there that have good vision, man. They have X-ray vision. They can see, like Superman. They can see through. They can see through what you are now, and they can see what you can potentially be with the right uh with the right backing. They can see what you can be because they got X-ray vision. The average woman out here don't have X-ray vision, man. They don't. They can only see what's on the surface and say, oh, "This ain't my guy." I need a guy that's wearing Jordans every day. This guy is wearing, New Balance or whatever, right? This ain't my guy. This ain't my guy. This guy is driving a Nissan Versa. This ain't my guy. My guy is driving a Maserati or a Lambo, right? So most women are like that. Most women can only deal with what they see, right? Just like Eve. Eve is a perfect example of this. When she saw this person that came to her and told her to directly disobey what the man had told her, right? She should have been able to see right through this man and see that his purpose was for her to uh, 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 bring a pain to everybody, right? But she couldn't see that, right? Because she was looking at a dude, he's handsome, you know what I'm saying? He had the gift of gab, he had all this stuff going on. He pretended like he was gonna be cool with this non-sexual time when all the reason why he was doing that was to get her in a position. She was just collateral damage. He was actually trying to have a man have an issue. She was just collateral damage in the situation, but she couldn't see all that, right? That's how a lot of these young women are today, man. They can't see. They can't see past their own uh, desires or the validation that they're looking for, right? Online. Once they get past that, they'll be able to see, oh, men are worth more than just what they can give me. Nothing is more beautiful than the yin and the yang, than the transfer of the validation from the man and the validation, support, and security from the man and the femininity from the woman and the childbearing and the household maintenance and everything like that, and the team building, the team work together, watching that team work together. Nothing is more beautiful than that. But you can't tell that to these young girls out here today. They don't want to be no team. Most of these women out here want a wife. They don't want no husband. They want a wife. And then when the husband comes, when they get a husband that acts like a wife, what do? They don't respect them, and they go out and they cheat on them because they don't respect the dude. It's an ugly situation we in, man. It's an ugly situation we in out here today. But it is what it is. It is what it is. So the question out here is, man, hey, how do you deal with a bad sexual experience? How do you deal with that? Do you just get rid of the person? Do you just push them out? What do you do? Do you go to the person and say, hey, your sex stinks? How is the person going to respond? How's the average man going to respond when you say to him, you know what? And, and this is the problem that women have. This is the problem that women have. How is a man going to respond to you? How's the average man going to respond to you when you come to him and say, you know what, man? That little thing that you did right there, that was cool and all. But yo, man, I've had way better than that. And if I had to stack you up against the last 25 people, you coming in at 24th. So let me give you some suggestions on how you can fix that. What's the average man gonna do? What? You know what the average man's gonna say? I never had no complaints before. The average man gonna say, I never had no complaints before. Ain't nobody else complained about me. Why haven't no other women complained about you? Because they don't know if you're gonna turn into a psycho and take their head off. What do you think a woman's gonna say when you say, hey, what do you think about the sex we just had? It was great. Ooh, I gotta go to work in the morning. I guess you better get your stuff, right? I guess you better get your stuff because I gotta get out of here in the morning. And then you call her, and she never called you back, right? Then you Then you got to learn the hard way, right? Yeah, this is Clarence. Yeah, I just called because I hadn't heard from you, and I remember that day we had sex. That was the last time I talked to you. That was 3 weeks ago, and I just wanted to know what you thought. But you can call me back. I know this is the fourth time I called you in the past 2 hours, but um, just call me back when you get a chance, okay? Because I really would like to talk to you, okay? All right, okay, all right, okay, bye, 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 bye. Hey, you looking like a fool, right? You looking like a complete idiot. Brother Tony, you look like a complete idiot, man. We all been there, right? We all been there. Brother Marcus, you ain't been there because you got the wheelbarrow, but the rest of us been there, brother. We been there, man. We been there. Will you? Huh? Huh? Brother, be easy. Why do women assume their sex is phenomenal? Brother, be easy. You missed it. I already broke that down, but let me break it down again. Women feel it's phenomenal because no man has told them it's not. No man has. No man does. There's no man with enough invested in her to tell her that her sex is not phenomenal, right? And most of them are so scared that they're going to lose access to her vagina that they're just not going to. Even though sex was bad, it's still sex, right? So a lot of them guys are going to say, "Well, I'm not going to do it." You know what I'm saying? They don't want to be the first dude to say anything, right? Brother, be easy. Body count matters. Body count does matter. That's why I say the only way to get around a high body count is a cellular cleanse. That's the only way to get around that. If a woman's not willing to give you that, then I highly suggest that you rethink a long-term relationship with a woman that won't give you the virgin experience. Because that's the only way you're gonna get a virgin experience is to clean all of that, all of the essence from all those other males out, and that can only be done with a cleanse. Brother Cleanse, what are you talking about? I know, I know. Brother, be easy. Tales of the thought. Brother, be easy. Brother, be easy. Instead of tales of the thought, how about this? How about tales of women who didn't realize that the body count actually counts when long-term relationships are being considered? How about that? It's like Rico, man. You like Rico? I gotta give you something else to say, man. Brother, be easy. The movie sex scenes and adult films have distorted the art and intimacy of sex. Brother, I will say that is true on a smaller level. On a larger level, those things have actually helped a lot of men stay in the game in their marriage. Now, I will say this. What they need to do is confront the woman, but sometimes they've confronted the woman and the woman is not willing to make the adjustment so that the arousal can pick back up again, right? Many guys use strip clubs and prawn and movie sex as a way to have if they don't have their own highlight reel in their head to keep going, then they'll use that stuff to enhance the arousal because the woman has let herself go, right? So I'm saying that it's unfortunate that those things are needed out there. It should be that the man should confront the woman and then tell the woman, "Hey, you're not arousing me like you used to. You need to go back to whatever you was doing when we first got together, right?" But sometimes you do that, and the woman just says, "Oh yeah, I will." If 2 years go by, 3, 5, 10 years, right? Guy don't want to leave his children, so he just stay in the marriage. He develops all this resentment, and then what happens? Maria at work. "Hey, Clarence, how you doing?" "I'm okay." Because see, some of these women are like men. They can see sexually unsatisfied people, man. They can see it in you, and they say, "Hey, Clarence, how you doing? Hey, let's go for a coffee." "Nah, Maria, I'm good." Year one, Maria comes back later. Hey, Clarence, come on, man, let's go for a coffee. No, I'm good. Year 2. No, I'm good. Year 3. No, I'm good. Year 4. This resentment starts building up. Finally, Maria says, let's go for coffee. Brother Clarence says, well, you know what? F it, why not? Next thing you know, Maria, we're going to coffee, and y'all know my thing. Coffee turns to lunch, lunch turns to dinner, dinner turns to a movie, and the movie turns into pumping and sweating in the shed, right? But how did this situation develop? It developed because the man there was no way for him to enforce his desire for the woman to intensify the sexual tension in the relationship. There's no way to enforce it. You can't force somebody to be sexually attractive. You can't force your woman to be arousing. If she's not arousing, what can you do? There's nothing you can do. Outside of threatening to leave the relationship, what else can you do? But if this woman know you love your children and you would never leave them, you stuck like Chuck. Brother, be easy. Bad steak is still steak. I got it, bro. You know what, man? Hey, brother, be easy. You know what? A lot of guys think that way. It's not that I personally think that way, but I'm saying a lot of guys think that way. A lot of guys think that way. That's why they're too scared to tell this woman, hey, you look good and everything, but your sex game is weak. So the girl never has to improve it. The girl never has to improve her sex game because nobody will never tell her that it's bad. And if you're the one that does step up and say, you know what, your game is kind of weak, she's gonna laugh at you. She can say, she gonna say, you know how many men are in my DMs right now? What are you talking about, fool? But I would say, man, brother, be easy. I am not gonna eat that steak. And I feel like you're the same type of dude. We were not, and I know Brother Marcus is. You're not gonna eat that steak, man. You're not gonna eat that steak. I'm not eating that steak, man. I'm not eating that steak. So thanks, but no thanks. I'm cool. I got enough highlight footage. I could not come home for a week. I got enough highlight footage. I could not come home for a week. As soon as I knock on the door, as soon as I open the door and walk in, come right in, sir. We were worried about you, but we're glad you're back, right? That's how you want to be. Sister Eddie, Brother Clarence, I think there's such an emphasis on the end that enjoying exploration gets lost. Yes. Yes. That's what I mean, Sister Eddie, when you got to give the guy the virgin experience. You got to give him the virgin experience. Because if you don't give him the virgin experience, what is the value? Where's the value in you just another woman? Right? I mean, I'm talking about this is the way men look at it. You just another woman. You just another vagina. You know what I mean? The only difference between you and another woman is the strategy I have to use to get there. Sorry. That's how most men think about it. Now, what you're saying, Sister Annie, is right. You know, it should be that way because if you can give a man the virgin experience, chances of him leaving are a lot lower. But most men build up a lot. Most men cheat because the opportunity presented itself, not because they was out there looking for it. They were frustrated about some issue at the house. Typically, it's sex, and the opportunity presented itself, and they could no longer resist the temptation to walk away from that opportunity anymore. That's why most men cheat. No, bro, Clarence, most men cheat because they're dogs. They're just dogs. No, that's probably 10%, not even 10. I would say 5% of the men that's out there cheating. That's them. The vast majority of men that are cheating cheat because they just got caught up. A person saw that they were sexually unsatisfied or unsatisfied in some type of issue and stepped to and presented to them an opportunity to not resolve it, but mitigated at this point. That person got tired of saying no to the opportunity and said, you know what? I deserve to be happy. I deserve to have this issue dealt with. And they end up getting caught up. Right now, like I always tell y'all, right now, I'm about 15 minutes away from LAX. There's about 20 hotels in between here and there. There's a dude sitting on the bed right now trying to figure out what he's going to tell his wife. Wife blowing him up all night long. He's trying to figure out what he's going to say. Same thing. It's a sister out there in one of them hotels right now. She's sitting on the edge of the bed, and the dude that she banged all night with is saying, "What's wrong?" She's saying, she got her hand in her head saying, "I don't know what I'm going to tell this man." Man been blowing her up all night. Called her mama's house, called her sister's house, called her friends, called the police, called the hospital. She's sitting there saying, what am I going to tell this man? People just get caught up. They didn't even have they wasn't out there actively looking to get to cheat. There's an issue in the house. That's why I tell y'all got to check in with this person all the time. Baby, how you doing? We still got the same goals this year? This year's goals, same? Okay, we sit down with them and you go over the goals every year. You go over what you want to accomplish. You want to make sure you take care of business and make sure they know that it's tough times coming, but we gonna have to lean on each other when these tough times come. But see, most of us won't do that, man, because we want to just have fun. We don't want to tell the other person, we don't want to be the bearer of bad news. Hey, this probably ain't gonna work the way we got it set up here. Can you imagine a woman telling you, "Hey, man, I like you. Everything is good. Let me tell you about your sex game." It's, you know what I'm saying? I mean, I had a dude out there like, I had a dude out there like Brother Marcus. Oh my God, Brother Marcus had a wheelbarrow. He brought a wheelbarrow to the party. You just don't have a wheelbarrow like that. What are we gonna do? How's the average guy gonna handle that conversation? So women just don't have it with you. Women just don't have that conversation with you. They just endure it until Guillermo at the job keeps asking her to go for coffee, and finally she go, and then she end up on a Sunday morning trying to figure out what she's gonna tell her husband because she ain't been home all weekend. She ain't been home since she left Friday morning. Y'all don't hear me though, because I'm talking about some real shit. Y'all don't hear me though. People are out here going through some real shit out here. Brother Tony Moore. Some females keep multiple men in rotation. Some females. Brother Tony, you got to be young, man. Not some females. Most females. That's how most females operate. Most of them operate like that until they can't operate like that anymore. And even when they can't, they still operate like that. Even in their 60s, they still operate like that. The caliber of the dude goes down, but they still keep a rotation, brother. Women are not, typically, they're not the type that's just going to cut things off with nothing else out there. If they leaving you, trust me, there's a new sheriff somewhere. Typically. Some females keep multiple men in rotations. Some. That was funny, Brother Tony. And you just got to wait until it's your turn again. Laugh out loud. Yeah, you do if you out there hitting and running. If you hitting and running out here, yeah, you do. But if you're not hitting and running, no, don't do that. If you try to put a serious relationship together, don't do that. Don't be with a woman with a lot of women in rotation. No, don't be with a woman with a lot of dudes in rotation. Don't do that. A woman with dudes with rotation will always go back to that whenever she feels pressed. So even if you get in a long-term relationship with her, when she feel pressed, she's gonna open the books back up. Like the mafia, she's gonna open the books back up. Start making captains out there, right? Ay. Brother, be easy. Women need to detox from the deep. Yeah, they do, man. They do. If you now I'm gonna say this, be easy. If if she want a man, if she wants to be in a long-term relationship with a man in a monogamous relationship. Now, if you're not trying to be in a monogamous relationship or a long-term relationship where monogamy is, is an understood way we're going to operate, then no, you don't need to do that. But if you, when you want to when you saying to yourself, hey, I want this man to see me as valuable. Men see value in chastity, whether it's real or whether you kept it on your own or you detoxed and recreated the virgin experience. Okay, that's what men find valuable, the virgin experience. As close as they can come to that, that's what they want. That's why when Brother Be Easy said, um, uh, uh, your number counts, right? Your number counts. Yeah, your number counts because men want that number low, like miles on a car. They want it low. They're willing to pay a higher price, higher premium for low miles. When you got high miles on the vagina, ouch. Hard to give the virgin experience to somebody when you got high miles on the vagina. So that's why my suggestion is if you do have high miles on the vagina, it's not that you're dead in the water, you're dead in the water now. But you can recreate that situation by getting a total body cleanse, say at the cellular level, so that you can get all that stuff out of you. That shows a man you serious. You serious about devoting yourself to him. You want this man to devote himself to you, then you got to be serious about devoting yourself to him. But some of these women don't think, they feel like, hey, you should just devote yourself to me. Nah, only the simps are gonna do that. Only simps are gonna do that. Tony Moore. But Tony, or she might be on her period. She doesn't want to be around you that week, or you may think it's someone else. Brother, let me tell you something, man. Let me give you a little insight. When you got a good program, when you're running a good program, you're gonna have to tell her, hey, you're on your cycle. I can't do that now. You're gonna have to tell her. She ain't gonna care. I'm just being real with you, brother. When you're running a good program, they're not gonna care. They're gonna say, shit, do it anyway. We'll get some new sheets, right? And you gotta say, no, 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 no. This is not gonna work. This is not gonna work. No, 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 no. We're not doing something like that. But I tell you, brother Tony, what you need to do, and let me tell you what you need to do, brother Tony. If the opportunity presents itself where you can start seeing an older woman, and when I say older, not broke down older, I mean older wherein, she's still keeping everything together, right? She's still keeping everything together. She's still, she's still playing the game like the way the game's supposed to be played, right? She's still tight and right, or close to tight and right, rather, right? You don't want somebody that's broken down, but definitely, if you get in touch with an older woman, man, trust me, older woman will bring your game to speed where, man, you can run on 5 cylinders, man. You running off all 5 cylinders. Not a problem. Not a problem. Brother Be Easy, brother Clarence, the cleanup man. Yeah, man, you don't want to be that dude, man. You don't want to be that dude. Or when I say the cleanup man, you know what the difference between the cleanup man and the real man? The cleanup man will not stress the importance of getting that cleanse. The cleanup man will go straight into a long-term relationship with a woman that has the essence of other men all up in her. A real man would say, no, let's do this. Let's get this thing, let's put this thing together properly. Okay. We don't want to put it together the wrong way. Let's put it together properly. First thing has to happen. If me and you gonna be intimate, and you have experience out there. I don't know how many men, and I'm not gonna ask you how many men you've been with. I just want you to go get a cleanse. That's it. Because I want to be the only uh, essence in your body that your body can recognize, will recognize. That's what I want. That's the virgin experience, right? Once she gets all that stuff out of there, those memories are gonna go away. The smell of those men is gonna go away. The feel of those men is gonna go away. Why? Because you're getting all of their essence out of her. And you can recreate the virgin experience. But the cleanup man, he's so happy that he's so happy that he got a woman even look in his direction. He gonna run right into a long-term relationship with a woman that he ain't got no business being in a long-term relationship with, because why? The business, the business hasn't been handled right. The preliminaries haven't been taken care of, which is, if you're gonna be in a long-term relationship with me and I'm gonna be in a long-term relationship with you, okay, there's some things I gotta present, right? If I'm asking you to be in a long-term relationship with me, that means I'm gonna be taking care of some business issues, right? Okay, well, same thing with a woman. If I'm asking you to be in a long-term relationship with me, there's some business issues that you gotta take care of. One of which is our both of our health. We gotta make sure that our health is not gonna be jeopardized. On top of that, on top of that, I need you mentally clear. I need you clear. You got all these other men's DNA running around in your body, and you're going to be having memories of them. I don't need you to have that. I need you to have no memories of none of that. Not no memories, but I mean, as close as we can to get no memories out of. We can't. But put it like this: the memories that you have, they won't be able to connect to nothing in your body and make your leg twitch or make your arm twitch. Why? Because that essence, that DNA is out of you, right? You got all that DNA in you now, man. You remember Boaz from college, right? Ooh, right? You sit there, you look at your woman, and and all of a sudden you see her go, whoo, right? She remembering that dude from college, or that dude from high school, whatever, right? They used to plow her into China, right? Digging his way to China. You want to be that dude. You want to be that dude. You want to be that dude where you running such a program. Like I said, hey, are you okay? Huh? Are you okay? Huh? Are you all right? Huh? Yeah, yeah. Just wait a minute. Just you talking too fast. Leave me alone for a minute. That's what you want. That's what you want. Right, fellas? That's what you want. You don't want to get up off of somebody and have them go, are you done? Oh, okay. Here we go. I was ready to do my exercises. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Up, down, 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 up, down. Okay, I'm done with this. Hey, I'm going to run around the block. Maybe I'm going to do, I usually do a mile, but today I feel good. I'm going to do 2 miles. When I get back, I'm going to wash every stitch of clothing in the house, and then I'm going to cook a 12-course meal. See, dudes that don't know, they'll be like, wow, that's great. I made it feel so good. She has all that energy to do all of that. No, that's not what you want. What you want is that hit by a bus look. Hey, are you all right? Huh? You keep saying you keep calling me. What you want? What's the matter? That's what you want, right? That's what you want. Brother Chris, the professional, real estate professional. Women will prey on it. Yeah, they pray. They prey on dudes, man. They prey on dudes, and it's unfortunate, man. Dudes don't know no better, and they get caught up in the game. Chris, the professional, real estate professional. Women will prey on men that are deprived. Yes, just like men will prey on women that's deprived. They can see it in you. They see it written all over your face. They see it. And to them, they've been wanting to get at you anyway. They just look at you just an opportunity to get some validation from somebody that they don't have to worry about trying to bust in their house because you got a wife. They ain't got to worry about you trying to follow them around because you got a wife and children. They can get that stuff, and then they can get what they need to get from you, and then they out of there. You ain't got to worry about you stalking them. Brother, be easy. Coffee and chill. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Yeah, got to start them off slow. Because if you raise it, if you walk in or spending $300 on a meal, now you're gonna set the bar at $300 a meal. Mm-mm, not good. Not good. Where do you go from there? You don't want to. You want to set the bar really low in the beginning, so you can get to know the person first, right? But it'll be easy. Get your significant other constructive criticism. Yes, but there's an art to doing that, brother. Be easy. You're right. There's an art to doing it. You don't just go out there and say a bunch of stuff, hurt their feelings just because you want to hurt their feelings. Nah, man. Nah, you don't want to do that. You don't want to do that. What you want to do is you want to be able to give constructive criticism in a way that there's a way to give constructive criticism that encourages change, positive change, right? And then there's a way to give criticism that's not so constructive, right? It's going to be a problem. It's going to be a problem. But Tony, damn 60s. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. You know, but the good thing, brother Tony, is you young, man. You can start off in your 60s. You can start off in the 60s, then work your way down to the 50s, then work your way down to the 40s, then work your way down to the 30s. Right? Just scoop up all that good game, man. Women in their 50s and 60s, bro, they got so much financial advice. They got so much financial game, man. And they'll tell you how to separate your money and keep your money right, keep your money away from another woman. And they got so much game for you, man. I'm just saying, man. Just a little time with some of them, man. Get you right, right? Get you right. Remember, I don't know what movie it was, what cartoon it was. This is see y'all too young to remember these cartoons like Thunder the Barbarian. It was either Thunder the Barbarian or the Thundercats. Oh, it was a Thundercats. It was a Thundercats, and they was getting who's who's the who's the who's the leader of the Thundercats? Tigra? I don't know. I guess that's his name. Whatever the dude's name is, the leader of the Thundercats, right? So he was just a teenager, right? So they was like, man, he can't be. He's supposed to be the leader, but he can't be the leader looking like that. So what they do? They threw his behind in the coal mines. They put him in the coal mines. A few years in the coal mines. They put his ass in them coal mines. When he came out of them coal mines a couple of years later, that dude was yoked. He was yoked. He was yoked. But the coal mines prepared him for it. The coal mines prepared him for his destiny, right? That's what I'm saying, brother Tony. You got to them older women prepare you for your destiny, brother. They get you ready. They get you ready. So it's better to get a girl with the rotation and you step in to try to change her. No, no. Girls with a rotation are just that. They're girls with rotation. They're not someone you should consider for a long-term relationship. Now, if you try to have short-term relationships, what difference does it make whether she's got a rotation or not? What difference does it make? You got a rotation too. So she put you in her rotation, you put her in your rotation. What's the big deal? But when you start considering a wife and considering, somebody that's gonna have your children and be sitting around your children, you gotta look at this woman. You gotta say, is this the kind of you gotta look, you gotta consider her level of intelligence. You gotta say, is this the kind of person that I want teaching my children while I'm at work? A lot of stuff to consider, man. A lot of conversation you gotta have when it get time to the family. But what do most of us do? She fine. She fine. I'm just going, she fine. No, brother. No. You don't want to. It depends on what you're looking for. If you're looking for a long-term relationship, you don't want to get on the girl's rotation and try to get her to shut her rotation down. A girl with a rotation would never shut her rotation down. What I mean by rotation is a public rotation. Now all women have a under the table rotation. So I'm not talking about the under the table rotation. You'll never know about that. But I'm talking about when they have a public rotation, they tell you straight out, hey, I'm dating. I'm dating means there's lots of different penises coming this way. That's what that means. So when she tell you publicly, she's not gonna sit there and name everybody for you. Oh, there's John and Bob and Bill and Russell. They're not gonna do that, right? They're gonna say something like this: I'm dating. We're not exclusive, right? That's what they're gonna say to you. That means it's on and cracking, right? That's what that means. It's on and cracking. So you got to be able to put that stuff together. You got to be a detective. You got to be able to, oh, okay, I see what's going on here. Okay, cool. Well, let's just have fun then. You put me in your rotation, I put you in my rotation. That's cool. But when you start trying to think about having a long-term relationship or marriage, brother, now you got some real things to consider. How intelligent is this person? And is she gonna pass on this low-level intelligence to your children? So whenever you give them commands, they don't know what they're doing, right? Or if she doesn't demonstrate how to respect you in front of these children. If she don't respect you while you don't have no children, you think she's gonna start respecting you when you do have children? She ain't gonna respect you when you have children. She gonna just do what she want to do, right? A lot of that stuff needs to be considered, brother. Brother Tony, ooh, that's nasty. Well, that's the truth, brother. That's the truth. Brother Marcus, yeah, bro, Clarence, it's women who say they don't like big, uh, they don't like the wheelbarrow. But so I tell brothers, it's a woman out there who's perfect fit for them and will stay loyal to them if he handles his business. Yeah, man. I mean, but I mean, because a lot of women have had dudes like you, brother Marcus, they come in the door with the wheelbarrow, like you, Wesley Snipes, guys like that. They come in there with the wheelbarrow, and then they just get ran through. So they sacrifice the wheelbarrow for the nice guy. And then what happens is the nice guy doesn't meet their qualifications as well. They really don't have a respect for the nice guy. Even though the guy with the wheelbarrow came through and dumped her, she got respect for the man. She at least respects him. But nice guys don't never get no respect, unfortunately. As you guys found out in the story I've been telling. Sister Wanda, she needs a lobotomy to forget those men, bro, Clarence. Well, yeah, probably, but what's the next best thing, Sister Wanda? The next best thing is to get their essence out of them, get their property out of her, right? Get their property out of her. She's carrying around the property of all of these different men. Let's get that property out of her. Once that property is out of her, then when she think about that dude, it'll be like, oh yeah, I remember that. Instead of like now, when she got the man's essence, when she has the thought, that thought will find that essence in the body, connect to it, and now when she go, woo, woo, and you go, what, baby, what happened? Are you okay? Yeah, I was just thinking about something, right? Right? I didn't get all this gray on top of my head for nothing, y'all. I didn't get this gray on top of my head for nothing. I definitely know what I'm talking about. Uh, Brother DeCelio, good communication is key over everything. It is. It is, brother. But what's key over everything, even good communication, brother DeCelio, what's key over everything is a desire to make it work, brother. Two people, both people have to be willing, have a desire to make it work. If just you have a desire to make it work and not her, it ain't gonna work. It ain't gonna work. You have to have the desire to make it work. If you don't have the desire to make it work, not gonna work. Sister Annie, what do you know about Lion-O? You too young to know about Lion-O. 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 They said, hey man, they said, look at this dude, man. This is the leader of the Thundercats. Look at him. He's skinny as they said, hey, take him down to the coal mines. So they took him down to the coal mines. He was in the coal mines for about 3 or 4 years. The dude came back to the coal mine and said, hey, Lion-O. He came out of coal mine. Damn, he was like, poof, right? That's how, Sister Eddie, that's how older women do younger guys. They get them ready. They get them ready for the real market. Um, Brother Marcus, it's still some good women out there. Yeah, I mean it is. It is. It's still good women out there. But I'm saying they get so much pressure, they get so much sexual pressure to participate in premarital sex. It's hard to find good women that haven't been experienced sexually. That's what I'm saying. Just because they have had sexual experiences don't mean they're bad women. I'm not saying that. They might have had some experiences and unfortunately it didn't work out. The relationship didn't work out, but they got some experiences, right? That don't mean they ain't good women. Just made a mistake in judgment on for whatever reason, right? But how can they give a man the virgin experience? How can they repackage the virgin experience, right? I did a, you know what I'm saying? You got to be born again, right? I did a live stream talking about being born again, right? When the man Nicodemus asked Jesus, "Can a man pass through his mother's womb for a second time and be born again?" And Jesus said, "No, no. You got to be born of the Spirit. You got to be born in the water, right? What's the water? Your brain passes thoughts with electricity and water, right? It's electricity and water in your brain. That's how your thoughts are passed. That's how come they move so fast, right? Billions of times per second, right? But that's how it is, brother. That's how it is. There's still some good women out there, but the next best thing to the virgin, the actual virgin experience is the revirginal experience or revaginal experience, which is getting that total body cleanse, getting those men's DNA out of you. Show this man you serious about giving yourself totally to him, right? Ain't no point in getting a cleanse if you got a rotation out there. Well, ain't no point in getting a cleanse. This is when you get serious with a man. Problem is, a lot of black women wait till too late. They wait till their 30s. And now they trying to compete with dudes coming out of engineering school, lawyer school. You trying to compete with women that's going after those dudes, man. They're 5 or 6 years younger than you, and they are no stretch mark, no babies, no nothing, no boo boos, nothing. So we gotta get black women to get in there quicker, man, to play the game like everybody else is playing it. The Latinos, the white, and the Asians, they playing a game to win, man. They women, I mean, the young women, they in college, they look around and say, okay, that's the law library. I better go over there and hang out. Let me put on something real pink. Let me put on something that smells real good. Let me go over there and hang out in the law library. Same thing with the whites and the Asians. I mean, everybody do the same. They all do the same thing. Hey, let me see. Oh, that's the medical building. Okay, let me go volunteer to be a cadaver over there. See what they got going on over there. See, they're ahead of the game. We playing games over here, man. We playing games over here. That's why so many of our women are not married, unfortunately. Unfortunately, brother Tony, it seems like females more open about who they're dealing with. So the question is, should we be secret about ours and let her know you are doing what she's doing? Yeah, man. No, you shouldn't be secret. You should not in today's world. You don't have to be secret, man. Let me tell you something, man. The supply of vagina is so bountiful, brother. It's bountiful. You ain't gotta. When I was coming up, brother, women had a whole different mentality. When I was coming up in the 80s, the 70s, and the 80s, women had a whole different mentality. I'm going to wait until I get married to get into business and not like that now, man. Women are just as greasy as men. A lot of them, not all of them, but a lot of them are. You know what I mean? You ain't got to hide nothing, man. Just be straight up. I think most women will respect you more if you come straight out with it. Now, I will say this: if you're dating a woman and this woman has said to you, "Hey, I'm not dating anyone else. I want to be exclusive with you," and you say to her, "Well, I don't want to be exclusive with you. I'm dating 3 or 4 other women." If you say that to her, you need to be prepared for her to say, okay, if you're going to date multiple people, then I'm going to go back. Then I'm going to go back to dating multiple people. You can't expect somebody to not. That's where me and Kevin Samuels get off, because Kevin Samuels has this idea that some kind of way women are going to accept that. They're going to be uh, that the man is going to cheat on it. I mean, today's woman is going to accept that. A man's going to be out there cheating, and she's not going to be, taking the pool boy down, taking the mailman down, taking the milkman down, taking all these people down. She, taking the one that kills them all, the personal trainer. No. Let me take that back. The tennis coach, the tennis coach takes them down, right? Young dude out there, probably in his early 30s, man, with these women out there in their 40s, 50s, 60s, taking these older ladies down, man. Right? Taking them down like Braveheart or running across the hill, right? But you don't have to lie. I don't see no reason why you would have to lie today in today's economy, man. Because if one woman leaves, there's 10 more to replace her. So why would you even have to lie? You don't have to lie. Not in today's marketplace. You don't have to lie, especially if you have online profile. Ay. These women not only bring you the vagina, but they'll cook for you. They'll bring you something to eat. They'll wash your clothes. The smart ones will. I'm saying, let me say it like that. The smart ones will. The smart ones will. But Tony, I think showing your hand will make her throw away her rotation and cling to you. Oh no, bro, Tony. Let me tell you something about women. I'm telling you one time my barber told me that, and it's the truth, man. It has some truth to it. He said, my barber said, women are like cats. He said a cat could walk through a crime scene, blood all on the paws, be right in front of the door, lick all that blood off, walk right in the house. You'll never know what happened. You never know what happened. You never know where that cat was, right? Because they cleaned up everything. They cleaned up their paws. They licked their paws clean. They did everything. Let me tell you something. You got a woman that's gone for a long, extended period of time, and the first thing they do is run into the shower. Yikes. But Tony, you need an older woman bad. You need an intervention, my man. You need an older woman. I think showing your hand will make her throw away her rotation and cling to you. Man, you trolling me, brother Tony. No. A woman never throws away her rotation, ever. She might back off from it, but she never throws it away. She never tells these people, hey, I'm done with you. Forget it. I'm with this guy now. What she says is, I'm unavailable. What is unavailable? Does that mean she's no longer interested because she's so involved with the guy she's with now? No. Unavailable means I'm trying to make this work, but if this don't work, I can monkey branch back over to you if you're available. I'm just not available right now. I need you to respect that and come back and check on me in a little while. That's what that means. A woman will never give. First of all, a real woman, you're never gonna know. You're never gonna know she's got a rotation because she's never gonna admit it out loud. That's the women code. The woman code will never. They're never gonna say, "I got a rotation." Only the really really dumb ones do that. In the regular women's code, it's right there on page 4, section B, page article 9. You never acknowledge that you got a rotation. They never gonna do that. So they never gonna acknowledge you. You're gonna say, hey, are you gonna stop dating? No, I'm seeing you, aren't I? They're never gonna confirm or deny it. They're just gonna say, I'm dating. That means that I got a rotation out there. We're not exclusive. That means I got a rotation out there. Where are we? Are we exclusive? No. She know you're gonna say no. That's why she's gonna say, oh, okay. Okay, I just didn't want to feel bad about the rotation I got out there. But you got a nice car. We can go hang out. You take me to nice places. We can go hang out. Sister Wanda, if you want a woman with a low body count, teach the next generation of men to wait for marriage or sex. That's never going to happen. That's never going to happen, Sister Wanda, because it's out of control of the men. It's the media. The media uses sex to sell everything from breakfast cereal to shoes to clothes to everything. So we are groomed to look for sex in women. We just groomed for that. So how are we gonna get around that? How are we gonna get around that? We got to get around that by trying to learn how to keep a lid on it and knowing what the value of a woman is. See, that's what's got to be taught to men is the real value of a woman, more than just jumping off of her. It's a more of a value to her. Sister Wanda, you can't be out here knocking them down and then expect a virgin when you want to get married. But that's how men think. I know it's crazy as hell, Sister Wanda. It's crazy as hell. But that's how men think. I'm out here tearing everything apart. Now, when I want a good woman, yeah, but guess what? There's a dude out there think just like you, and he tore down the woman that you're trying to get to. Yeah. Yeah. Unfortunately, but that's the way guys think. And it's crazy. That's why I say you're not going to get a virgin. What you want is a virgin experience. You're not going to have a virgin. Not in today's world, man. It's too. And then if you do have a virgin, it's because of the way the world is to this world is. That's going to be an issue. That's going to be you're going to have to ask the question. How come you're a virgin? Is this something that is there something going on that you need to know about? Sister Wanda, that's why white men get married during or right after college. Low body count. Yeah, they can see they're much more technical about how they operate when it comes to their legacy. They're much more technical how they operate, right? Black men, we don't care, man. Oh, you willing to have sex with me? Shoot, let's go, right? We don't really care about. We really not looking at it like that until later, right? You got a dumb wife, you got a dumb children. Your children, you didn't even consider the intelligence of the woman that you was working with, and now you got to deal with a bunch of different people that don't have the intellect to even follow your instructions to get to some type of success out of it. And now you got to just be like, damn, right? Black men don't do that because we like, hey, we gonna give everybody a chance. We give everybody a chance. We give everybody a chance, and we don't think, let me get the best of the best. Let me get the highest intellect. Let me get let me, you know, we get a woman that's halfway decent looking, and we like, cool, let's do it. Yeah, I will admit, white men are much more technical the way they handle stuff. Sister Wanda, the young interns talking to your girl, taking your girl down too. Yeah, yeah. But see, that's all I'm saying. They're just culturally, they're more technical the way they handle that type of situation, right? See, black people, man, the way we look at it as, hey, I like you, you like me, let's go. White people look at it like this: I like you, you like me. Okay, wait a minute. What's your family like? You know, what's your intellect like? How are you with children? How are you with, does my mother like you? Do you have any ambitions? Do you understand that I'm gonna need a whole bunch of support? Are you willing to get that in? See, white people, they culturally are much more technical when they look at it, and really all the other cultures, whites, Asians, and Latinos, right? Black people are much more, hey, let's just do it. Gotta work it out. Right, Sister Wanda? Gotta work it out. You ain't got 2 pennies to piss in. You ain't got a job. I ain't got no job. Let's go have sex and get you pregnant. I'm living with my mama, you living with your mama. Hey, I got a great idea. Let's go start having unprotected sex, and let's get you pregnant, and let's do that. And the woman say, great, come on, let's do it. White people don't look at it that way. They just don't. And I'm not saying they're smarter. They just have a culturally, they look at things differently. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying anybody's smarter than anybody else or anybody's dumber than anybody else. It's just culturally, they just look at things differently. That's all. They just look at things differently. Let's see. Uh, Sister Wanna, you gotta marry early if you want a virgin, fellas. Yeah, that's true. And you might not even get a virgin at that point. But you'll get a lower body count. You're definitely gonna get a lower body count. If you let a woman get into her 30s, let's say she had one serious relationship every 2 years, right? So that's 10 years. So that's a serious relationship every 2 years. So that's 5 relationships since the age of 20, right? That we know about, right? But like I said, and Sister Wana confirmed it, there's always some dudes hovering around. There's always some dudes off the books that you don't know about, right? Right? There's always every woman's got that SEAL team, right? That you know what I'm saying? If the other man finds out about you, I'm going to deny all knowledge of your mission. We're going to deny all knowledge of your mission. Hey, like Mission Impossible. This message will explode in 5 seconds, right? But if you get caught, if my man see your number in my phone, I'm gonna deny all knowledge of your presence and mission, right? So every woman's got about 3 guys like that hanging around. They got the guy, like the guy I was telling you guys about. He looks great on the books. He looks great for the books. Mom loves him, dad loves him. He's got a good job. He's a great guy. Then there's those other guys. About 11:30, 12 o'clock at night. Hey, I haven't seen you in a long time. What's up, big head? What's up, big head? What you doing? I just made a whole pot of your favorite, whatever, insert favorite dish. I just made a whole pot of insert your favorite dish. And I can't eat it all. I wanted you to take some home. Maybe you might, maybe you could eat some, right? But like I said, they have dudes that proven themselves, right? They have the Tom Brady's of the world, right? Proven entities. Trust me, a woman is not going to call somebody that they don't know is not going to get the job done at 12 o'clock at night or 11 o'clock at night. They're going to call somebody who has been in some wars, been in some Super Bowls, and got it done, right? Right? Face some pressures and got it done, right? Brother Tony, I think both players will drop they hoes for each other. Brother Tony, you are talking way crazy. Way crazy. There's a movie, Brother Tony, there's a movie. Oh man, what is the movie? Sister Annie, I know, and Sister Wanda, I know you two know this name of this movie. A Soldier Story. A Soldier Story. Okay? A Soldier Story. And there's a scene in this movie, A Soldier Story, good movie. There's a scene in this movie called A Soldier Story that David Allen Greer goes to visit this Geechee dude that got thrown into jail in I forgot what they call it, the guardhouse. He got thrown in the guardhouse by the sergeant, right? Adolf Caesar, threw him in the guardhouse. So David Allen Greer goes down there to visit the dude, and the dude said, man, I think I'm on, he started talking way out of his head, right? And so David Allen Greer said, CJ, you just talking crazy. Yeah, brother Tony, you just talking crazy, man. You talking crazy. Women do not drop, brother. That's like saying the American government is going to drop the Navy SEAL team. They're not going to drop them. They will deny that they had anything to do with them. They will call them tourists. They were tourists, and that they will do whatever they got to do to make it seem like they didn't have they weren't involved or intertwined together, right? That's how women do these dudes I'm talking about, those hoverers, right? Those dudes that's off the books, those dudes ain't going nowhere. The guys on the books, that number might get cut down, but the guys off the books ain't going nowhere. They're not going nowhere, bro. They are late night closers, bro. Those are what was that dude from the Yankees, man? I think he just passed away, man. That closer they had, that was man, he was Pedro Martinez, assassin, right? Just an assassin, man. These women ain't getting rid. These are serious closers, man. They're not gonna get rid of them. The only way they're gonna really get rid of them is when they get that cleanse, brother. That's when you totally take their mentality off of the fact that there could be an instance where they have to go running back out of the house. Once they realize, hey, if this is where once they get the Bushido code, hey, if this is where I die, this is where I die. It's a good death. Dying in marriage, it's a good death, right? Once they get the Bushido code, then then they maybe they'll start getting rid of those dudes. But as long as they have the me, myself, and I code, and I'm talking about, man, it might be 4 or 5 years in the marriage before they stomp all of that out, right? Sister Wana, if you want to know if you're exclusive, hire a private detective. No, no. Now, my sister is out here giving them bad advice. No, you don't need a private detective. No, you don't. The only thing you need a private detective for if you've been married for 10, 15 years and you just want that information some type of information to take to court, like you don't live in a no-fault state in California, you can go hire a private detective and do whatever you want to do and bring all that info. You can bring pictures, you can bring movies, you can bring whatever. This is a no-fault state. They're going to say, who makes the most money? You, pay the woman. Go to the window, pay the woman. Sit. That's all. I don't care if she was sleeping with your brother, your mother, your cousin. Don't matter. Pay the woman. Right? But maybe there's some states, maybe Texas, maybe there's some states where will make a difference. California is not one of those states, and a lot of states are like that. A lot of states have these no fault laws. But yeah, no. Don't. Let me tell you something, brother. At the point where you have to go through somebody's phone, at the point where you even think you got to hire a detective, man, that should tell you something. It's time to roll. It's time to pack up stakes. At that point, it's time to pack up stakes, man. If you really think that, it's get to the point where you got to hire a private detective, or you got to be going through her phone, or you got to be going through her emails, or you got to be following her, or you got to put a device on her car, a tracker, and all. Man, why would somebody want to be in a relationship with you when you're doing all that to them? Why would they want to? That's no, Sister Wanda. I disagree with that wholeheartedly. Just the fact that you need to hire a private detective, that should let you know that you should just assume that a woman has at least 3 or 4 dudes hovering around her. You should just assume that. You should assume that she has at least had at least 10 men in her experience if she's over the age of 25. You should at least assume that. That way you wouldn't get all bent out of shape if something may come to light. What you don't want is to be disrespected. That's what you don't want. And if you feel like you're being if somebody who's disrespecting you is out there having sex with other people, they're gonna show it. They're gonna show it. Their whole attitude is gonna be adverse. And once somebody shows you disrespect is worse than cheating. Disrespect is worse than cheating. What? What? Yeah, go run and tell the super friends that. Disrespect is worse than cheating. Cheating is something that maybe there's an issue that can be resolved. You can never resolve disrespect. Once a person don't respect you, man, they ain't never gonna respect you. There's nothing you can do to get them to respect you. Only thing they're gonna learn how to do is to tolerate you. They may learn how to tolerate you, but they ain't gonna respect you. Respect and tolerance is two different things. Two different things. You can't force somebody to respect you. You can force them to tolerate you, but you can't force them to respect you. And respect is the better of the two. Respect is the better of the two. Remember that. If somebody cheat on you, there's at least you can look at it and say, okay, there's something lacking here. Let me take a look, and you can decide whether you want to try to put things back together. Respect it. There's nothing to decide. Somebody don't respect you, man. There's nothing to decide. A woman that doesn't respect you will teach your children not to respect you. And if your children don't respect you and your woman don't respect you, like they say, if you can't teach somebody, you can't protect somebody. You can't protect what you can't control. You can control who you can't teach. You can't teach who don't respect you. You can't. Just can't do it. Not gonna happen. Brother Tony. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. I didn't even get to Sister Juana. Sister Juana, unfortunately, black folks have a slave mentality towards sex. What are you talking about? Sister Juana, what are you talking about? White folks are different. Yeah, I believe white folks are definitely much more open-minded. Open-minded, yeah, they're definitely much more open-minded when it comes to sex, uh, because they have a culture that dates back a long time ago where they really focused on that. And whereas we as a culture we didn't focus on it as much. Sister Wanda, Sister Wanda, are you there? You're muted. Okay. Sister Wanda, hold tight. I'm gonna get onto Brother Tony. Brother Tony says, so you think once a player, always a player? No, brother. I'm saying if they're a player, they're not gonna change that mentality. They're not gonna change that behavior until they change that mentality. And typically the average woman's not gonna change that mentality immediately. So and for someone else. So you need to find somebody that has seen the light on their own. They see the value in not being like that, and then they're able to kind of go with you. But if you if you be with a woman and she's a player, then I mean I don't think she's gonna just drop what she's doing. Oh man, my gosh, Sister Wanda, man, when Sister Wanda comes up, we got to bring her up. We got to bring her up. Sister Wanda,
Hey,
hey, what's going on, sis?
brother Clarence, I keep telling you, you gotta write a book. You are so, I don't know what you've been doing, but you got so much knowledge. You got too much knowledge to keep for one man.
I got all that gray on top of all that snow on top of the building, Sister Wanda. So I know a little something, something. I
But
know.
unfortunately, black folks ain't gonna read, so I guess you just keep
Yeah.
the podcast going. Hey, and
Oh,
I'm not knocking, I'm just saying, but you got so much knowledge that's on point.
I thank you. I thank you so much. You know, Sister
I
Wanda,
have,
that was a sweeping stereotype that you put out there, Sister
but see, stereotypes are built off of a little bit of truth. Now you do the
Wanda.
numbers. You once you run the numbers off a little bit, it's actually a lot of bit.
Yes, yes, yes,
What
yes.
I was saying, brother Clarence, about hiring the private detective is you will never know.
Right, right.
You will never know whether you're married or you're just dating. Because she ain't gonna tell you why. Because of what you said, brother Clarence. Our culture is so weird. It's like we told women, okay, we gave her birth control and we brought in feminism and we gave them jobs. Well, actually, women have always had jobs. They just didn't always get paid. But my
Right,
point is, we let them go out of the house. Usually they was almost all stay at home women
right.
back in the day.
Okay.
You know, if she did have an outside job, it was out in the field somewhere or a little sewing here and there. She might have had a little sewing business, you know, where just women came in. Men were off at the construction site or whatever. She didn't have contact with men. If she was outside back before 1950s, if she was working outside of the home,
Yeah.
she had a little business maybe, or she was clerking somewhere at a little grocery store, or she was taking in laundry. uh you know, if she was in schools, but she was in an all girls school, she didn't have contact with men.
Right.
But see, when feminism came in, and I'm not downing my sex, this is just facts. I like having conversations about facts.
Okay.
But when they ushered in feminism, and women get really, really got out here and they was on birth control and they didn't have no receipts for to show, you know, you could have sex and then, like you said, wipe off your paws.
Yeah.
It was over. It
Yeah.
was over. So my point is, you'll never know if you're exclusive by her words because the culture
Yeah.
tells her to lie.
Right.
Like you even said, you a man will ask her unless she's dumb. She's
Right.
not going to tell you.
Right.
So how, if you really want to know, and I'm not even talking about a bad relationship, talking about divorce, you went into divorce and and no fault states. I'm not talking about that. I'm just talking about if you're a dude, you 35, whatever, and you're dating this woman in her late 20s or mid 20s or whatever, and you want to know, you will never know
Right.
unless you have her follow. That's the only way you will ever know.
I agree with you. I agree with you on that.
So
Here's
see, you do agree with me, but
no, no, hold on.
when we're writing these things, you can't get the full context and the meaning of what I'm saying.
No, I agree with you. I just don't think it's a smart move. That's what I meant. So I
Well,
agree that
I agree with you that if you have to do all that, that's your answer.
there you go. That's what I'm.
But my point is, if that's the case, there is no such woman in today's age. There is no such.
Well, see what you got to do is what you got to do is
We started having sex at 16. Did everybody hear me?
I hear you.
Did
So,
everybody hear me?
so
We started having sex at 16. Okay, write it down, take a note, put it in your snuff box.
okay. But my point is when you start, let's say you're dating women. Okay, so you're dating women. Everybody has a rotation, right? Everybody's single. Everybody has a rotation. But when you want to get exclusive with somebody, then you sit somebody down and talk to them and say, "Hey, look, this is what I want to do. This is what you want. Do you want to do that too? Okay, yeah, I want to do that. Okay, so that's at the point where you should start understanding that. Okay, now I'm gonna have to keep an eye on this person. But if it gets to the point where you got to start digging in the email, and that's to me, or following them or tracking them and all that, that's a little bit too far for in my opinion. It's gonna be hard to say to a woman, "Hey, I got all this information on you because I had you followed, and so now this is what we gonna do." I think the average
Well,
woman would say, "I'm out."
well, of course, a dumb man will tell the woman that he's followed her. See,
Well, most men will.
you don't hire a detective or follow her just to confront her. You do that for your own knowledge only.
Most men will confront that woman. Men
For
are
what?
dumb.
What's the point of that? She's doing other guys. So now you know. What's the point?
Men are. You think women are emotional? Men are very emotional. Men are very emotional, and when they get some information that they know, you saw that movie. What's the name of the movie we were talking about with Morris Chestnut and Tay Diggs?
Uh, I know what you're talking about. I love that movie.
Yeah, right. Okay.
Something about being married. Something about
Yeah,
I don't know.
right. I forgot the name of it just that fast. Sister Annie put it in the chat. I forgot it just that fast. But yeah, I mean, you see how he acted when he found out. And Tay Diggs had did that what 4 or 5 years ago, but he got all upset over it, right? Because that's how men are. The average man is not going to get that kind of information and just hold on to it and then just be like ghost out. The average,
Then okay. So brother Clarence, tell these young men out here to stop worrying about body count then,
I do tell them that.
because they can't handle the truth.
I do tell them that. I tell them don't ask. Just tell her go get a cleanse. What difference does it make what her body count is? Once she has the cleanse, it doesn't matter anymore. That's like a reset.
Because yeah, I mean, stop asking, stop thinking about it,
It
stop
doesn't
being
matter.
concerned about it.
But here's the reason why.
Just accept that she's been having sex since she was 16. How much sex? That's a toss up too. But she's been having sex as long as guys have been knocking them down. Okay, this is what I would say to the men. Your first time having sex was her first time too.
Well,
Whatever age you were at, that's when she started too.
yeah, maybe a couple years before. You know, a lot of
Because
girls,
because who's she having sex with?
well, they're having sex with older guys. You know what I mean?
Okay,
We're not in that situation. We have to have sex with younger women, but older guys are having sex with women our age.
come on, bro. I don't know what it's like in California, but in the South, dudes having sex at 10, 11, 12.
Yeah,
Come on.
but most of the time, you gotta admit, Sister Wanda, most of the time, if the guy is having sex at 10 a year, he's not having sex with an 8-year-old. He's having sex with a 10 or maybe 11-year-old girl. He's not having, and then a 13-year-old girl is not going to dip down there because 15-year-old boys are trying to have sex with her. So you know what I'm saying? So for us as men, we usually having sex with women around our same age, at that age, you know, when we're young and teenagers, adolescents. And when we get to in our 20s, that's when our range expands because now we're able to deal with women of higher ranges of ages. But when we're younger, no, we usually have to stay around our same age. So
Okay, but
that,
let's just have some clarity here. You do agree? Repeat it for the gentleman in the chat because they confused as hell
agree with what?
by what they're asking you. Just clear it up for them.
Okay, what are they asking me that I need to clear up?
Stop caring about body counts because
Oh
she's been having
yeah. I definitely agree with that. Yeah.
because she's been having sex. You're not gonna get a virgin
Yeah.
unless you're marrying right out of high school, early years of college,
You're
and
not going to get a virgin.
even exactly.
You're not going to get a virgin. You're not going to have. You're not. She's not going to run down. She's not going to go and get a PowerPoint slideshow and tell you every dude and run down every dude that she's been with. That's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. What you're going to get is an arbitrary number that's probably been divided a couple of times. So what you need to do, and then you're going to still be trying to chase her after some more information, which is it makes no difference. It has no bearing on your relationship with her. What you need to do is get her. If you, I'm talking about now. I'm talking about if you're trying to have a serious relationship. You guys out there that's hitting and running. Hey, there's no need to have nobody cleanse if you got a rotation and she got a rotation. Why would you have a cleanse? If she's just on your rotation, then leave her alone. But I'm talking about if you're trying to have a long-term relationship with somebody, you're trying to build something with somebody. Okay, now you need to do a full body cleanse on her because now that's you showing her that you're interested in her in singularly, and she will show you by getting the cleanse and doing it that she's interested in you singularly, and now you got something to build on. The desire for both of you to have the desire for a monogamous relationship. See, well, most of the time, most of us get involved, especially men, get involved in monogamous relationships, not because we want to be in monogamous relationships, but we want to have access to the sex. That's the reason why we get into it, and then we out doing other different stuff. And so I'm saying,
You don't have to get married these days to have access to sex.
but I'm
But
saying, guys do.
but I do agree with you that if you are aware that she has a rotation, she's not marriage material because she is never going to give up those guys on the books. She'll put the book on the side and she will tell those guys, I'm not available. I mean, she'll try with you, but see, she don't trust. First of all, she don't trust that it's going to work out. Second of all, if she's entertained a rotation, that's hard to give up. Those options,
Yeah,
it's hard to give up. She's never gonna give that up. She'll just tell herself that it's okay as long as she don't look at that little black book.
But let me
but
tell you why. Let me tell you why it won't work.
she'll never give up that book.
Let
It's,
me tell you
it's just like, well, let me ask you this, Brother Clarence.
why. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I know you had a black book before you was married because you told us all.
uh,
So,
I did something.
so,
I did.
so when you was just dating and knocking them down, were you giving up that black book just for a relationship? No.
Yeah, you know what? Okay, I I tried. You know, I
See,
tried.
okay. But
I
my
tried.
point is, okay, the woman is the same way. She does not give up
Exactly. But
she
that's
doesn't
my
give up a
point.
rotation just for a relationship.
That
She will try real hard for a marriage.
well, hold on, Sister One. Let me explain the whole situation. So I
Okay,
tried.
I'm gonna go off camera just for a minute, okay? But I'm
Okay,
here.
okay. So I tried to do it that way because I wanted to want that. You know, I wanted to want that. I didn't really want that for myself, but I wanted it because she wanted it. I wanted it because for her. I wanted me to want that so that she could have what she wanted.
Okay, let's stop right there. The female is no different.
Right.
She wants to stop for you, but she
I get
don't
it.
really want to stop.
I
She
get it.
just Okay, so that's why I have to say and stop men and say, however you're thinking, that's what she's thinking.
I get
However
it.
you're feeling, that's what she's feeling.
Okay.
Whatever you're doing, that's what she's doing.
But I'm saying, but the only thing I'm saying is, if you okay, I'm going to answer the question I'm asking now by answering Tony Moore's question right now. That's a good question, Brother Tony Moore. That's a good question. So how do you know if you're exclusive or not? You
You
don't.
don't know. Listen
You
to a
don't.
woman. Tony, brother, sweet beloved brother. Have you been
Uh,
listening? Have you been listening to the words that's coming out of my mouth? I've been in the chat all day for 2 hours, but it don't seem to be taking. Listen to Miss Joanna. Listen to your sister. Listen to your older sister. You will not know unless you haven't her followed if you're exclusive.
and
Does that make sense?
that may not
Ask
make
him if that makes sense and
that
tell
is
me what he says.
okay. That that to me is the best way to know about it. That's the best option you have on the table of trying to find out whether she's out there doing some dirt is to have her followed. But my thing is always if you at the point where you feel like you have to hire a private detective and go through their email, go through their phone, go through their purse, go through their when you at that point, let me tell you, the relationship's already over at that point. You wasted money.
Which means that relationships in 2022 are over. If you're not
No,
already secured a relationship where you've been in it for 10, 15 years, forget about it.
no,
Just go out here and knock them down, and
yeah, yeah,
and
you
have a good.
should.
You might have something kind of exclusive for 2 or 3 years. Enjoy that, then switch up, get somebody else for 2 or 3 years, then switch up. But you're never gonna know. So if that's important to you for it to be exclusive, forget about that. Just
I,
stop thinking about it.
I agree. I agree with Sister Wanda on this part. You're never gonna know. So if you want something exclusive, you're gonna have to come a whole nother way to get that. You can't be out here in the field, in the street, and approaching things the same way, looking for an exclusive relationship. That's not gonna work. And
Those days are over with your fathers and your grandfathers. Like
yeah,
listen to Brother Clarence in the 70s and the 80s. We were thinking about saving ourselves a
yeah,
little bit,
yeah,
but now it's like women have been told that they're equal to men.
right,
See, this is the problem. Women have been told that they're equal to men, and now they trying to be men.
right,
So that means everything that men are doing. So you have to understand that. And if you're for equality, complete equality for women, then understand she out there knocking them down too.
yeah. And so brother Tony, how do you know if you're exclusive or not? You only thing you got is her word. If you seen her word fall down, then you know you may not be exclusive. If you seen her give her word and it don't have no bearing, then you might not be exclusive, brother.
If you
Wait, sister one. Let me throw this out and then I'm gonna let you answer. Okay, so when you have a woman, and these are some real bad signs. This is a sign you in trouble. When you got a woman that has um huge blocks of unexplained time. I mean, 2, 3 hours unexplained. Hey, girl, you got off at 5 o'clock. You just getting here at 9:30. What happened? Oh, I stopped by Shaniqua's house and then I went to the gym. And it happens every day. It ain't that much happening at Shaniqua's house, but she got to go over there every day, right? If she got large blocks of unexplained time that she's showing up late to the house or not, that is a sign that something may be going on. That's a sign that something may be going on. A loss of desire for sex. She don't want to have sex as much anymore. She's not really interested in it anymore. That may be a sign something's going on. Maybe a sign that something's going on. And one other thing is whenever she comes in the house, she runs straight to the bathroom. She goes straight to the shower. Every time she comes in the bath, that is a bad sign. Now, to say how you exclusive or not, you really aren't going to know. The only way you're going to know that you're not exclusive is when you find out that you're not exclusive. That's what makes long-term relationships so vulnerable because you don't know. You only got to take this person's word that they're keeping up their end of the bargain. You have no way of proving that they're going to do it and making them do it and making them not get tempted to walk away from the situation and making them not lie about it. You have no way of doing none of that. You're just walking into this thing saying, "Hey, I'm going to be vulnerable, open to you, as vulnerable as you're going to be open to me." And likewise, they don't have no way of making sure you're going to stay on your square about it or whatever, right? That's what relationships are about, man. They're about growing together and learning together. So that's why I just want you to know that there ain't no safe place, man. Even in a marriage, there's no safe place where you say, "Oh, well, we're married. I know she hasn't been with nobody else." You don't know. You don't know. The only thing you know is either you got to know the way you will know is to know the person you're with, and you be able to see patterns of uh, of behavior that suggest that something might be going on. If that makes sense. You won't be able to say, "Oh, I know definitively," unless you do like Sister Wanda, hire a private detective. But I don't suggest that. What I suggest is getting to know the person you're with, know that person well, and so that when you can see patterns of behavior that are outside the norm, you can say, why am I seeing that pattern? What's going on here?" All right, Sister Wanda.
I was just going to say what you said.
Oh
Unexplained blocks of time.
man,
Uh, we don't have a whole bunch of things going on. We don't. Um, if she has a profession or job, uh, oh man, and God help you if she's the kind of woman that have a job that sends her on so-called work trips out of town. Understand that's her opportunity to allow herself to be picked up by some random guy or to have the guy she met in her town meet her out of town on the work trip. God help you if you got a woman that's got a high powered job where they sending her on these work trips. God help you.
hey,
But unexplained. Now see, here's the thing. Well, you probably say, well, that don't make sense because a woman, she might do go to the gym after work and this and that. A good woman is going to tell you that, and she's going to might invite you to do that with her or whatever it is that she's got to go do. But she's going to come to you about what she's doing. You're not going to have to continue to ask her questions all the
right,
time. She's
right,
not going to she wants you to feel secure, and she's going to fill in those gaps of time with something that's real with receipts, not just a word. Brother Clarence wants you to trust her word. No,
right,
a good woman knows how you thinking. She's going to offer receipts to
right,
show where she was.
exactly.
You know,
And
whatever those receipts might be for today's age. but she'll be able to back it up where she was. If she was at Shaniqua's house, she'll have some kind of receipts showing that.
Yeah.
If she's not offering that, she doing something. She might not be having sex, but she's grinding the gears towards that.
Yeah, there you go, Sister Juana. I was just going to say the same exact
She you know,
thing. It's so
you
ready.
know, Brother Clarence, sometimes when they at these hotels and things, they take a shower right there.
Yeah,
So always
yeah.
coming in, you kind of old school on they coming home taking shower stuff.
Well,
They
see what they
taking
do. This is what they do.
they stopping at the gas station and cleaning up.
Yeah,
Okay, listen to Miss Joanna.
I see what you're saying, but see, this is what a lot of them do. They might not even jump in the shower, but what they do is they get in front of that mirror and they try to get themselves together. And they say, "Man, this dude is here. Okay, what am I gonna say? All right." Even though they got themselves together in the car, they got themselves together at the hotel. Now they're gonna try to get themselves together in the house, and they can't face you sometimes. After a while, some of them are just hard-hearted. They don't care. They can just come straight in. But I mean, I'm talking about like women that just get caught up and they wasn't really out there looking for that. Sometimes it takes them a minute to get acclimate themselves to what they're actually doing, man. So they got to run into the house, go into the mirror, look at themselves, and say, "Damn, I ain't fooling nobody." And then they get themselves a pep talk. Come on, girl, you can do this. Come on, just talk to him. Just tell him about this and that. Just tell him about the vacation we want to take and everything like that. And then get his mind off of it, right? So that's what I meant by that. I'm not saying that every woman, but when they don't want to face you, look you straight in the eye, they just go right past you. That is not a good sign. That is
When they here's a horrible sign because of what you said. They can't face you. They don't want to look you in the eye,
right.
and they can't get and say they can't give themselves the pep talk. So this is what they do. They come home with an attitude.
Yes,
She
that's the next
she
thing.
she come home with an attitude like she mad at you about something.
Yeah,
All that is to throw off the scent of
yeah,
that she been doing something because she can't face you. But see, if she build up in her mind an attitude towards you about something, or she might say, "Oh, I had a horrible day." She'll come in and she say, "I had a horrible day at work."
right.
No, no, no. She needed something as a barrier between her guilt and you.
Yeah,
So she'll come home and say, "I had a horrible day. Let me tell you about what my boss did, or let me tell you about what Susie said to me." All that is just to keep you from noticing that pattern that she's different.
yes, yes,
You know,
yeah,
she'll tell you she got stopped by police or something. She'll make up anything.
yeah,
But all those little things. Oh, I missed my medication today, and now I feel weird. You know, a lot of women are on kind of medications. They on Adderall or
yeah,
uh, some kind of pills. Oh, I missed my pill today. She'll tell you anything. But if she come home with an attitude, she needs something as a buffer
yeah,
to to protect her from facing you. And so she'll come home with an attitude with you about something last week. You know,
I hear
you
you.
know.
Hold on one second, Sister Wanda. Mr. Best in the West, Mr. Best in the world. Um, Shout out to Brother Clarence. Shout out Sister Juana, Knowledge and Relationships in the building. If you haven't already subscribed to Knowledge and Relationships, go on over to Knowledge and Relationships. Subscribe to them. They're doing big things down there. Shout out to Mr. Best in the West. Excuse me, Mr. Best in the world. Why do I keep saying Mr. Best in the world? Mr. Best in the world. Shout out to Mr. Best in the world. And shout out to M3. Shout out to everybody over there at Knowledge and Relationships. Man, they're doing big things over there. Let's get to another question here. If females see you have a lot of confidence or a lot of something, she will show a little disrespect and envy. I don't know what you mean, Brother Tony, by that. I know that like Sister Wanda was mentioning that a lot of women have they want to be seen as a partner, not as a wife, and so they have they want to. They're in a lot of time competition with you. I understand that, but when a woman shows you disrespect, you know when they show you disrespect, even a little bit, brother. A little bit grows into a lot of bit. And if she disrespect you in your house, she gonna disrespect you abroad. And so I say, man, you do not have to accept disrespect in no form. And anybody that's willing to disrespect you, they're not gonna raise your children to respect you. Now, if you
And
just, oh, go
let me
ahead.
say this, Brother Clarence,
Okay.
that disrespect that she's showing, that's an indication that either she's already cheating or she's gearing up to cheat, or by putting in her mind a reason why not to be loyal.
Yeah,
See, she has to give herself a reason mentally.
yeah,
So she'll conjure up things that's negative about you,
yeah,
and she'll start to play that out.
yeah,
And once she starts to play it out in her mind, it becomes real in a woman's mind. When women sit around and watch them stories and shows, those things become real to her in her mind. All she has to do is to create a story in her mind that's negative about you, for her to go out, to give her the reason to go out and do what she's doing. So, like you said, the first sign of disrespect, I feel bad, but you almost have to throw the whole woman away.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Because unfortunately, once a woman show you that she's willing to disrespect you, um, and I'm not talking about a woman that's willing to test you, because some women will test you just to see what you're going to do. But I'm not talking about that. I'm in particular what I'm talking about is a woman just straight out of the gate. Let me show you what I'm talking about when we're talking about disrespect. You say, "Hey, let's go out to dinner." This is an example. Let's go out to dinner. Okay, what time are we leaving? I'll be at your house at 5 o'clock. Be ready to leave at 5 o'clock. Okay. You know this woman didn't work all day today. She was off all day today. So when you get over there at 5 o'clock, she ain't even ready. Oh, I forgot I was doing this or that. Now, once you see that a woman is willing to put you on the back burner like that and treat you like that and shows you that amount of disrespect, what you got to do is say to yourself, okay, now you got a decision to make, because all I'm gonna do is get more of this. Because what this person is trying to do is groom you to accept this disrespect. So you got to decide for yourself. Am I going to groom? Now, what most guys do, they think, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to hit her with the magic stick, and then I'm going to get her out of that. No, you're not. All you're doing is buffering it for a time. When you really want to make sure you respect it, you ain't gonna have to ask nobody to respect you. They just gonna respect you. It's like they say, you ain't gotta ask no woman to submit. You ain't gotta go to no woman and say, hey, I need you to submit. Kevin Samuels said you need to submit. You gotta submit. You ain't gonna have to do that. When you are operating at a level where a woman looks at you and says, man, that dude, let me stay out of his way and let him run this program, are you gonna get a submission? You're not gonna get nothing else but submission. But a lot of guys think they got to do something. They got to do something physical to physically create this submission, because they're not on top of everything, and a woman don't see them that way. If the woman don't see you that way, then get another woman. That's the way I see it. That's the way I see it. Never, never, never take no disrespect, ever, 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 as a woman or a man. As a woman or a man. What I mean, a woman. I mean, guys say, hey, girl, come here, and you come in there, and he just like smack you in the face. These grits was cold. There's only one time you got to put your hands on me. That's it. There's only got one time you put your hands on me. That's it. Should be same thing with women. It's only one time you got to put your hands on me. It's only one time you got to argue with me or holler and scream at me. You holler and scream at you holler at me, I'm out. You'll never get another chance to holler at me. That's it. You done. I'm not gonna let nobody holler at me. I'm not letting nobody, and I'm taking care of you. I'm down for you. No, you better have a doctor's you better have a doctor's note saying, hey, you was out, you was crazy, you was insane, something. Because other than that, you ain't gonna be able to escape it, and you're not gonna be able to escape it. And I'm not putting up with it for much longer, even if you're on meds. It's not happening. I'll step out of the relationship and try to befriend you that way, help you as a friend. But I don't want to be in a relationship where I'm getting disrespected. No, especially if you have children. Disrespect as a man and you have boy children and they're watching your wife disrespect you, that is a pin, you that's poison, that is emotional poison that the woman is putting into the children, because what she's doing by disrespecting you in front of those children is showing these children you are not a person to be your words are not to be respected. And if your words are not to be respected, then when you tell that person, hey, don't run out on the street, they run out on the street and they get run over. Whose fault is it? Is it the woman's fault for disrespecting you and putting that into your children? Or was it your fault for staying in the relationship and letting her do that to them children? That's a good question. That's a good question.
And here's the other thing that you were saying, Brother Clarence, when you said, you don't have to follow her around, but the first time she shows some disrespect, just take that into account and get you another woman.
Yeah.
Here's the unfortunate circumstance behind that thinking. We're not in the 60s and 70s or 50s anymore. You could do that then. We're talking about a generation of women
Mm-hmm.
that
Mm-hmm.
they all like this.
Well, I
So
would
you
say
so
a lot of them. A lot of them. Yeah.
okay, all right. If you want to sparse, split hairs, I mean, you're talking about a serious minority of women percentage that are
Agreed.
not that way. But
Agreed.
we're talking about a generation of women that have been raised a certain way. Most of them didn't have fathers in the home.
Agreed.
If she did not have a father in the home, that's a bad sign. You need to run. Why? Because she has not learned how to respect authority. She don't believe in any authority. You ever hear a woman say, uh, can't nobody judge me but God?
Yeah.
You ever hear that?
Yes.
In the home, a father in the home is God to the wife and to the mother,
Should be. Yeah. Should be.
to the child.
Should be.
But see, if there is no father in the home, now here's where the responsibility comes back to the fellas.
Okay.
I'm not saying that you're supposed to stay and put up with disrespect or anything, but if you are not willing to stay in your marriage for because we're not talking about disrespect. Let's say it's you fellas and you stepping out on your woman, or you whatever, doing whatever, you don't want her no more, you want to trade her in for a younger model. Okay, so now you left your wife and your child is not going to grow up with the understanding of a certain authority figure to respect. She hasn't learned to respect the man. See, I've been raised by a father.
Mm.
So there's no talking back. See, we talk back to our mothers. Our mothers is it's that chatty patty relationship between daughters and mothers.
Right.
We go back and forth with each other arguing and stuff. There's none of that with a daughter and a father.
No.
See, and see, women, there's a whole generation of women who've been raised by chatty patty mothers, no father in the home. And so now they get out and they take that energy from their mother, that chatty patty talking back. You don't tell me what to do, or you da 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 talking back. She gets pulled over by the police. She talking to the police like a boy. you
Right.
know Even most men don't do that. They ain't kissing ass, but they're not being completely disrespectful. A
Right.
woman, a lot of black women get pulled over by the police. They are, before the dude can even walk up, she
Yeah.
talking shit. She
Right.
has no she don't understand how to have respect. So now you try to put her in a relationship. That's like taking a wild horse. That's like trying to take a wild horse out here and hitching a buggy to it to go to church.
Mm.
It ain't gonna happen. That wild horse has to be broken or
Right.
raised to pull that buggy.
Right.
It ain't no different. And I know we're talking about women here, But it's the same thing with men. We got a whole generation of men, and you tell me if I'm lying. We got a whole generation of men who think it's their duty to go out here and knock them down. Tell me if I'm lying about this right here.
Yeah.
60, 70 years ago, that was not the man's mentality.
No.
He
Okay. So let
he
me tell you the
he did
difference.
he did not have the mentality that he supposed to go out and slay the dragon over every female he came in contact. He was raised that okay, you might have one or two women early on that get your experience with, but then you, son, I want you to go and find you a wife. You
But
find you a wife,
let me
but
qualify.
see,
Let me
but see, men aren't doing that anymore. It's a whole generation of men who do not. They're not looking for wives. These guys in the chat, they're not looking for wives.
but let me qualify what you're saying, Sister Wanda, because you're right. Yeah, 30 years ago, 40 years ago, 50 years ago, men, if they stepped out, they understood that they probably, if something would turn up from that experience, they're just gonna have to care for any responsibilities that arose from that situation. They understood that. So they wasn't out on the grind like now. Like now men are on the grind, right? But why? Why? Because in today's marketplace, men's masculinity have now been intertwined with their ability to knock down women. See, that wasn't tied to your masculinity back then. Your masculinity was how well you took care of your family. That was enough to qualify you as a man. Today's marketplace, because so many men, like you said, they're single, they don't have families. So how can they qualify themselves as a masculine man? Where the only marker they can qualify themselves is by knocking down women. You follow? Not by not by having a household and running a household and make sure they're maintaining the household because they're not in the household to maintain it. They're not there. So they can't that can't be the measure of their masculinity anymore because they're not there. Now they have to measure their masculinity another way. So how do they masculate? How do they test their masculinity? They value it by, like Fresh and Fit say, if you haven't had sex with 30 women, don't even come and talk to us, right? Don't even come and talk to us if you haven't had sex with 30 women, because that's what their masculinity has been declared. How many your masculinity is connected to how many women you able to sleep with in a certain span of time. So I just want to
Exactly.
qualify that. And now, please continue, Sister Wanda. But I want the young guys to hear what the actual difference was.
Exactly. You're absolutely. That's how men qualify themselves as men. If they could take care of a woman and a child,
Right,
and can keep a job,
right,
and raise a child all the way up to 20 years old and
right.
release them. But now men are out here having multiple children by multiple
Yes,
women.
yes,
And that's why I put in the chat. It's almost like a slave mentality.
yeah.
On the
Explain that.
plantation, you didn't have to get married. They let you, slide in wherever you fit in.
They
And
encourage it.
it's almost like they're still in that mentality. So, but I agree with you. There's no pushback from me, brother Clarence. I agree with you. But if you want change, Michael Jackson said, if you want to make the world a better place, take a look at yourself and make a change. Because those fresh and fit guys saying you should have sex with 30 women or don't talk to us.
Yeah.
Those are But yet those fresh and fit guys are expecting virgins.
That's a quote, by the way.
How can you expect the virgins after you done in your lifetime, by the time you're 35, you didn't have sex with 30 women? Where are you gonna get where's the virgin gonna come from? You done had sex with every woman in your community.
But
And,
see,
and so has your neighbor.
but that's the thing. They're not that this thing that they're doing over at Fresh and Fit. That's not a long term That's not a long term plan. That's not. There's no retirement plan for that. So that they just keep on. They're saying, okay, you do this and just keep doing it. And but okay, what do you do when I'm mature out of this? There's no plan for that, right? They have no answer for that. That's why I don't think, I don't.
Exactly. And then Kevin Samuels turns around and tells men, and I love Kevin Samuels,
Me
but
too.
he turns around and say, "Hey guys, when you get in your 40s, now you ready. You ready for marriage and you can get you a 20-some-year-old." But that 20-some-year-old has already had sex with 6, 7 dudes.
Well, I think they
Just like
understand that. I think he
just like you
understands that.
just like you pointed out, if even if she only has sex with one dude every 2 years, by the time if she started at 20, by the time she's 30, she's had sex with 8 dudes. So even if you wait to marry someone, you're 45 and you wait to marry you a 29-year-old, she already has sex with 7 dudes. She ain't no virgin. And if you're okay with that, that's fine. But see, Kevin Samuels leads them to believe that, oh, we how valued men, we're going to go and get a 27-year-old. She's been having sex since she was 16.
But I don't think.
Stop.
Okay,
Stop playing. Stop playing with these guys'
let me
heads.
qualify what he's saying. I don't think it's about just getting somebody younger. I think it's about staying childless as long as you can up until your 40s, because you trying to trying to put the money together. And then once you put the money together, what you put your, you know build a network around yourself that you can take care of a family. Now you ready. You want to go back and get somebody that has clear childbearing years in front of them. So I think
Okay.
that's why the age is so young.
Okay, I that's a part of it, but he also is leading men to believe that they're gonna go back and find a virgin. No, they're gonna
I
go.
never heard him say nothing like that.
You
That's
know,
me. I never heard him say nothing like that. I've never heard him say, "Hey, if you hang out, a virgin will pop up." I've never heard him say nothing like that. I think we all assume, especially a guy in his 50s, there's no virgins out there, really. I mean, there
then
might be
why
some,
then why is the conversation about body counts continuing to come up in the manosphere? If
because
if dudes like Kevin Samuels and yourself understand that that doesn't exist any longer, if they're not trying to find a closer version of a virgin, why does that conversation continue? We should already understand there's no woman a virgin after 20 years old.
because a body count will lead us to patterns of behavior. And if you look at a woman with a high body count, uh, typically women with high body counts will engage in more risky behavior. It's just like there was a guy named Tom Likas, and he was saying that women who smoke, they typically are more open to more sexual things, because they're willing to do more risky behaviors, because smoking is a risky behavior. That from his perspective, he was saying smoking is a risky behavior. Therefore, women that engage in smoking are most likely more open sexually than women who don't smoke, typically speaking. Okay, so I think what he is saying is, or the manosphere, they're saying you don't want to get involved with a woman and you're trying to treat her as if you're putting her on the track of being a wife, and she has this behaviors that you can see up front that she's not ready, because she's got all these bodies and she moves like a person that's getting bodies, and that's just how she operates, is that she's getting these bodies. You should be open to understanding that. Therefore, you should put her in the category of either a fun time person or just a friend, because
I I completely agree, but you're going to be talking about a whole generation of women, and that's why I also said you have to start fresh. We have to throw this whole generation away. I hate to say this to the men out here. If you
what
can
are they
hear the
supposed to
sound,
do?
if you can hear the sound of my voice, you have to accept that your generation has been ruined.
Wow.
The only help, if you have not already secured a woman, and women too, if you have not secured a man by this point, understand that even for a guy, it's hard for him to stop his ways of having a rotation or doing whatever he want to do. And if he hasn't been raised with a father in the home, he does not have the mentality to be the kind of man that a girl would respect. And understand, she ain't gonna respect you anyway if she didn't have a father in the home. So really,
Most likely.
you have to throw this whole generation away, and pray that if you start a program, a cultural program for Black people, where we say, okay, this is 2022, in 2030, the kids, the kids that are children right now,
Yes.
we're going to start to groom them to be husbands and wives, so that by 2032, we're going to go back old school and start pairing them up ourselves. No more sex before marriage, because that ruins the woman, that ruins the woman for the man. See,
Yeah.
you keep saying high body count. She don't have to have a high body count to be ruined for a marriage. She can have three. Say she has sex at 17, first time, just little boyfriend in high school, just that one. Okay, now she goes to college, and she has two. In 4 years, she has two boyfriends there. Okay, now she's 24. She's graduated. She's ready for marriage. But see, she's had three guys that she really, really cared about, who have imprinted her.
Right.
And see, and that's why I said that comparison is a thief of joy. She's already ruined for you, son, because she is not. That's why. This is why. This is why the women was so protected against having sex before marriage. The fathers knew this.
Right.
They know a woman's nature. She wants to have just as much sex as the guy. So they would pretty much lock their daughters up. They would never let them go anywhere without a chaperone back in the day. You couldn't take my daughter out on a date?
Right.
Oh, hell no. Where you could hump her in the car and send her back? No. See, people don't want to hear this though. We have to start back from scratch, but you can't start with this ruined culture that we have. If you have a 10-year-old son and a 10-year-old daughter right now, start right now protecting them from this dating stuff. Oh, I got a boyfriend at school. The hell you do. Oh, I got a girlfriend. Oh, hell you do. Boy, you better get on your purpose and get on your grind and figure out what kind of man you're gonna be, so that by the time you're 20, 21, 22, you're ready to get married, and you're gonna stay married, and you pair your children up. This generation is done. I'm sorry to say this to the men in the chat. You're not going to find a wife out of this generation. She wasn't raised to be a wife, darling. They don't even know how to boil an egg. I was cooking. I'm
Well.
52. I'm 52. I was cooking for my father when I was 11 years old. I knew how to do laundry. I knew how to cook full 4-course meals with dessert. I didn't talk back to him. I had utmost respect. What he said went. I didn't question it. Those times are done. If you want that kind of wife back, you have to be there to raise that type of daughter. See, so start now. If you got a daughter, she's 5, she's 10. Make it in your mind that she is never going to have a boyfriend. Make it in your mind that she is never going to go out unchaperoned, ever. It needs to be a culture, a whole generation of this, to so that by 2032, 2042, we can start over. But this culture, this generation, you just got to throw it all away.
Wow. Wow. I might have to clip you on that one, Sister Wanda. We might have to come back and revisit that. Okay. I agree with Sister Wanda on some points. I agree with Sister Wanda on the fact that this generation is very tainted, absolutely, and it's going to. Now she said that you ain't going to find it. I think you can find some women, but they're going to be hard. It's going to be a hard look. It's going to be a hard look, and so most of us as men, we know that probably because of the pressures of society, especially on young women. Probably hard to find a virgin out there. So we're not looking for virgins. Most of us are just looking for low miles. So what do you mean low miles, Brother Clarence? I mean low miles in terms of the fact that we look at it like, okay, I can't have a virgin here, but what I can have is somebody who's doesn't have as much experience as we would consider somebody called a garden tool, right? So that's what I want. I want somebody with the lowest amount of miles on the vagina, right? So that's I think what we're looking for, and how are we able to notice that? Because we can't ask a woman. I mean, some dudes are dumb enough to do it. What's your body count? Right? Some dudes are dumb enough to do that, but most guys, well, not most guys, some guys are smart enough to realize even if she answered, there's no way of verifying that number or whatever. It's no way of verifying that information. So it's not something that you should even aspire to. The best way I'm saying, now this is me. I'm not Kevin Samuels. I'm just me. I'm saying there's a way that women can recreate the virgin experience, and that's by going through a full body cleanse. That is the only option they got out there that I can see. But if somebody bring me another option, because most women's option is just deal with it. But see, men don't deal with going over. Men are like tigers. Tigers don't eat meat that other animals kill. They just don't eat that. They don't eat that meat. They only eat their own. They only eat meat they kill, right? And so that's how most men look at. They want to look at their woman. They want to look at their woman like, hey, I'm the only one knocking this down. I'm the only one. Even give me the illusion that I'm the only one that knocked this down. And most women are good enough, smart enough to realize at least give this man the illusion of that, and so he can that'll let him go forward with it. So my thing is, if you're a young guy, you're trying to find a woman, you want to find a woman that has that's a virgin. You probably won't find a virgin in American society. So with the next best thing is low miles. That's the next best thing, and then the next best thing after that it's having somebody uh give you the virgin experience, recreating the virgin experience with what anybody you trying to be in a long-term relationship with, or considering marriage. They should do a full body cleanse, a cellular cleanse. Sister Wanda, I've been on it for 5 hours. I'm tired.
Me too, brother. Me too. I'm gonna let you go. God bless
I'm
you
going.
for this show that you're having.
we trying to make it interesting, Sister Wanda. We trying to make it interesting so that these youngsters can learn something from the bumps we got on our head. And I'm glad to see that you clammed up, showed that pretty smile. You had your shades on. I don't know how. I don't know nothing about those shades, so I'm not into like high end shades and stuff like that. So I don't know if it was Louis Vuitton or whatever kind of shades those was, but I saw you, Sister Wanda. I saw you out there. So appreciate you camping up, right? Appreciate you
Thank
camping
you,
up.
brother, and
Appreciate
thank
you.
you to the chat and everybody who listened. Pay attention to Brother Clarence. He's trying to teach y'all something.
And same thing.
I'll see you next time. Okay.
Okay, thanks, Sister Wanda. I appreciate you here. All right, that was Sister Wanda. You saw her. She came through. Man, as always, she always hit it out of the park. She always hits it out of the park. Sister Wanda is man. That's my resident everything, man. You know what I'm saying? She will make the show interesting when it's just me up here. She will come on and make it interesting. I thank you, Sister Wanda, because she didn't have to take 2 hours out of her day to come in here and talk to me. You know what I'm saying? Talk to us. So we appreciate that. Um, Thank you, Sister Wanda. Appreciate you. Sister Dawn, as always, in the chat, keeping things going. Sister Annie, always keeping things going. Mr. B, always keeping things going. Sister Wanda, Tony Moore, appreciate you, brother. Who else was in here? Brother Marcus Garvin, appreciate you, brother. Watch out with that wheelbarrow out there, brother Marcus. Don't get yourself in no trouble, man. Let's see. Be easy, that dude. Be easy. What's happening, man? When we gonna get our t-shirts, brother? All you gotta do is send me some. Tell me where to send the money, brother. I will send you the money so we can get that done. We can get that done, brother. Let's see. Who else? Who else is it? Mr. Rucker. Mr. Rucker stopped by. Man, Mr. Rucker. Jay Takashi stopped by. Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate all of y'all, man. Everybody who had a minute to stop by. I think even E Black stopped by, right? I'm gonna see. E Black, yeah, E Black stopped by. Let's see. I don't know, man. Some of these trolls, man. Some of these bots are getting in here, man. How are these bots getting in here? What's going on? I'm trying to get. Oh, brother Daryl Long stopped by. Go check out Uncut with Daryl Long. Go check out him. Go check brother Uncut with Daryl Long. Let's see. Chaotic Truth stopped by. Go check out brother Chaotic Truth. Go to his page and see what's happening over there. Let's see. Did I get everybody in the chat? I think I got everybody. Yeah, I got everybody that stopped by. Okay. Before we break, let me let y'all hear a little bit of my man 16 to Life.
Planning shit, premeditation. I'm in love with the streets again. Rededication. Casket or cremation when I shoot you down. I was built for the smoke like a hookah lounge. I keep big shit that sound like a bazooka sound. And I shoot quicker than ain't gotta be a hoop around. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse.
I did an interview with brother 16 to Life yesterday. Man, y'all got to check that out, man. Oh, man, we had a good time, man. I'm talking about had a good time. We had a good time, man. Oh, man, we had a good time. Brother had some issues in the beginning, man, so it took a minute for us to get there, but we got there, man. But, man, yeah, shout out to brother 16 to Life. Good brother, man, good brother. Okay, so what y'all think? Is bad sex a deal breaker? Did we cover that? Did we cover some other stuff? When we covered a lot of stuff, man. We covered a lot of stuff. I will be talking about things more and more and more in depth. I try to leave the sex talking to a lot of the other guys because that's their business. This ain't my business talking about that. I mean, I could make it a business if I wanted to, but it's not my business, man. You know what I mean? Those who know, and those who know they need to know to come to me. And you know what I mean? If you come to me, you're going to get some real game. Not this paper game they're giving you and they saying, yeah, you got to join the Patreon. And, you know, and I'm cool with that, man. Get your hustle on. But, you know, some of this game is real simple, man. You don't need to pay, you know, $50 to $100 a month to get, you know, just regular games so you can live your life and, man, have a better life. You know what I'm saying? But, hey, nothing against those guys. Have at it. Get your money how you going to get it. But, you know, if you want to save a penny or two, you can come over here and I'll give you some of this game, some of the game on this site. Okay, so I will see y'all next time. That's it. We did 5 hours, 6 minutes, and I'm done. I'm not done, but I'm hungry. I'm looking at a tuna sandwich, and I'm saying, I got to get over there to that tuna sandwich, man. But anyway, I appreciate y'all for putting up with me, coming to me on a Sunday morning, afternoon, and spending the whole afternoon with me. I appreciate y'all. You know, the rest of y'all enjoy the rest of y'all day. Have at it, and remember, respect everybody, man, because you never know, man. You never know who you talking to. You never know who you talking to. All right, y'all. Peace.